for my pen. Good afternoon, honorable members. When we rose, we were debating motion number 2. Member for Library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting me leave to make a minor intervention on this very important motion. And so I commence, Mr. Speaker, by indicating very clearly that I stand in support of the resolution proposed by the Minister for Finance to establish the Tourism Development Fund in accordance with Section 22(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501. Section 22(2) of the aforementioned Act also states that a resolution under Section 22(1) must state: 1. The purpose of the fund, B. the money to be paid into the special fund, C. the means of collecting money to be paid into the special fund. Mr. Speaker, the resolution states that the purpose of the fund is to facilitate the operations, tourism development, and tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, this is broadly consistent with the provisions of Section 137 of the Tourism Development Act, which was passed by this Honorable House at its last sitting. Section 137 states the following: the purpose of the fund is to facilitate the operations of the Department, Tourism Development and Tourism Marketing. The resolution states that the monies to be paid in the tourism development are from the following sources: A. the sums allocated by Parliament; B. penalties and interest under Section 117 of the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024; C. the surplus tourism levy revenue under Section 119 of the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024; D. any grants received by the Department of Tourism in relation to tourism development; E. any fees charged under the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024; and F. all other sums that may be comparable to or vested in the Department of Tourism in respect of matters incidental to its functions and powers. The resolution further states that Section 23(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, relates to payment and accounting procedures, and it further stated that the accounting officer, which in this case would be the permanent secretary of the Department of Tourism, will be responsible for administering the fund, and it sets out the procedure that the accounting officer would need to comply with in relation to submitting to the Accountant General statements showing the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. Mr. Speaker, the resolution contains all the information that is legally required for the establishment of a special fund under the Public Finance Management Act. The tourism development will therefore be properly constituted once this resolution is passed. This side of the Honorable House will not do like the previous administration, Mr. Speaker, whose leader at the time stated that the increase of $1.50 in the excise taxes on fuel, which took effect on June 1st, 2017, was to go towards maintaining and upgrading the road network and associated infrastructure such as bridges. This was stated by the former Prime Minister of Finance in his budget address for the fiscal year 2017-2018. Mr. Speaker, there was no clear, transparent way in which this system operated because it lacked legislative authority. And as the current Minister for Finance has stated on numerous occasions, he has not found a fund into which the 150 from excise taxes on fuel is placed. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that the fund to which the former Minister of Finance referred to is a black hole where funds mysteriously disappear. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that the tourism sector is the largest economic sector in terms of value added, employment, and foreign exchange earnings in St. Lucia. It is the primary sector driving economic growth and development in our country. Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that while tourism is not measured as a sector in gross domestic product, the food and accommodation sector is used as a proxy, but still significantly underestimates the tourism sector's contribution to GDP. A review of the GDP at constant prices series over the period 2006 to 2022 shows the growing importance of tourism as measured by the food and accommodation sector, which I have previously stated grossly underestimates tourism's contribution to GDP. On average, the food and accommodation sector's share of GDP ranged from a low of 17.2% in 2008 to a peak of 20.9% in 2019. I have deliberately excluded 2020 because of the impact of COVID. In that year, the food and accommodation sector accounted for a mere 9.2% of GDP. We saw the massive impact that the sector had on GDP growth in 2020, resulting in a contraction in GDP of 25.4%. In the same year, Mr. Speaker, the food and accommodation sector contracted by a whopping 67%. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the extensive academic debates on the pros and cons of establishing such dedicated funds. I am, however, Mr. Speaker, persuaded by the arguments that setting up such a fund will provide an incentive for the organizations responsible for tourism marketing and development to increase the performance of the tourism sector, as the surplus on the tourism levy is to be remitted into the Tourism Development Fund. It is to be noted further, Mr. Speaker, that the surplus tourism levy is defined as, and I quote, the total amount of money collected through the tourism levy minus the sums allocated by Parliament for a financial year to the St. Lucia Tourism Authority under Section 29 of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Act, Cap 15.32. This effectively means that the tourism agencies of government benefit directly from any amounts that they collect from the tourism levy that is in excess of the amount allocated by Parliament to the St. Lucia Tourism Authority. There is also a greater incentive for the authority to approach the matter on collecting revenue in a more determined way, as they will be beneficiaries of the increase in revenue. The linking of higher performance with increased revenue, Mr. Speaker, to the agency will provide a positive incentive to the agencies of tourism to embark on more effective and efficient tourism development and marketing strategies. Tourism is our major sector, Mr. Speaker, and it is clear that there is significant potential for further expansion of the sector. We therefore need to establish a mechanism which allows us to incentivize the sector to generate more resources for its continued development. It is my view, Mr. Speaker, that the establishment of the Tourism Development Fund provides the necessary incentives to improve the performance of the sector and to generate additional resources that can be invested in the sector for its continued growth and development. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I want to take my journey through the corridors of time and revisit the last sitting of Parliament where we passed the Tourism Development Bill. And the leader of the opposition, in his brief intervention on this particular motion, alluded to resilience. And of course, the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party, led by the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, actually, in that particular bill, made provisions to build resilience. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that the tourism sector is highly vulnerable to shocks and global pandemics, and as a result, given the size and importance of the tourism sector, the entire economy becomes vulnerable to these shocks, as we saw during COVID-19. An important innovation in this tourism development bill, Mr. Speaker, is that it seeks to strengthen the resilience of the tourism sector and thereby strengthening resilience of the overall economy. Mr. Speaker, Clause 80 of the said bill provides for an application for incentives for resilience. This is indeed a novel feature, Mr. Speaker, and while we cannot minimize the impact of external shocks on the tourism sector, we can put in place incentives to ensure a speedy recovery from such shocks. We also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that there is need to diversify the economy to reduce its strong dependence on the tourism sector. Incentives for resilience are provided for in Part D of that Schedule 2 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, that we just passed. So things are not happening by accident. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to close by lending my full support to the resolution to establish the Tourism Development Fund. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I presented the bill and I asked the Honorable Minister of Tourism to lead the discussion on it, Mr. Speaker, I never intended that discussion to be a treatise on tourism management or tourism history, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent on me that I, for the sake of history, for the sake of ensuring that the records of this honorable House and the young people, Mr. Speaker, let me just divert a little bit to tell you why the young people in St. Lucia need to know the history. Just give me 2 seconds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have a nice collage of pictures out there. And Mr. Speaker, I think they should not be there. I think they should be framed and put in a proper place. Because that's the Lucia history, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there are some bright young people who I gave them a quiz and they knew if they had to go for an exam, you see how all them pass the exams and they had marked the fail. It just shows you, Mr. Speaker, how the history of St. Lucia and the young people in St. Lucia, they get their history from sources that do not give them the facts. So this is why it's very important when the leader of the opposition stands up and speaks the words that he speaks. I must clarify, Mr. Speaker. I have to. I feel duty-bound, Mr. Speaker. So very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I will mention the idea that he says the Labour Party was against tourism. I remember in 1998, the member for Beaufort South was the Minister of Finance. And in a budget address, he said the economy is in transition. It was transitioning from an agricultural-based economy to a service industry led by tourism and international financial services. Mr. Speaker, the opposition castigated him. You understand? I mean, they thought he was saying, they said he had abandoned your trafic, the billet coupe, all kind of things, Mr. Speaker. You know, that's the history. When he said the economy was in transition, but he sits and he says the Labour Party never understood tourism or condemned tourism. He says that we brought racism into St. Lucia and St. Lucia poetry and tourism. Who was the first politician who went on public media and accused people in this honorable house, specifically the member for Viewford South, about being a massa? Who did it? Who did that? Who accused him of being a slave owner? And only recently, one of his senators did the same thing. One of his senators, and as usual, he did not condemn it, but he speaks about we brought racism, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, anytime you use some words in St. Lucia, they crowd it. You hear about black Americans, you hear about Afrocentric Americans, but if you say black St. Lucians, you bring racism. Where are we heading to? Where are we heading to this country? So we are the ones who brought racism into politics. Who started this? Who started it, Mr. Speaker? Who started saying whose lineage is in slavery, who is massa? Who started? Mr. Speaker. Then he goes and he says about we don't understand the benefits of tourism. In 1997, which government removed taxes on tips and service charge to benefit the workers of the tourism industry? Which government? We removed taxes, so hotel workers got their taxes, got their tips and service charge free of taxes. Which government moved with the labor code to stop the shift, the double shift system in the hotels? Which government, Mr. Speaker, which government spoke about or implemented the tourism stimulus bill after 9/11 to almost double the incentives for hotel investments in the country? Which government? And Mr. Speaker, then the village tourism. The leader of the government comes and speaks about what do you call it? Village tourism. Village tourism was a completely new idea that came from the genius of the leader of the opposition, and he thought that village tourism would have benefited St. Lucia. Miss, long before, under the member for Viewford South, there was something called the Nature Heritage Tourism Program, where we sought to improve local hotel sites, waterfalls, etc. Who started the Anchovy fish fry? Who started the Mr. Speaker? So, I mean, this historical murder that's taken place in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. Who did it? Who built the road to Windjammer on a Nature Heritage Tourism Program? Who decided that we would have insurances for waterfalls and rivers and then the flower place in Miku? We developed it as a tourism place to bring tourists to the hinterland of the country. Which government? Manico Gardens, thank you. Which government? We helped them in the insurance and of keeping the area so tourists could come. Which government decided that Point Seraphine, that there was a gate at Point Seraphine that was closed? And we said, listen to me, that tourists had to go right around and did not come to the arcade. Who opened that gate for tourists to come through before 9/11 and it was closed after 9/11? Who did that? Which government? Which government built the at the Mon, next to Government House, which government built the lookout in that area? Which government built a lookout in Dennery? Which government? Yes, in Majeli. Which government? And you talk about we don't know about tourism, and we never supported tourism. Which government, Mr. Speaker? Which government? Mr. Speaker, the member for Miku South speaks about hotel development and trying to be sarcastic. He said, oh, I'm glad you all come together with me. When he came into government, he found range developers building a hotel. We came here and we begged him not to change the model. He changed the model. Range developers left the country and he had to pay them millions of dollars, and they went to Dominica and they built Dominica's first 6-star hotel. Which government? Mr. Speaker, which government decided that jazz would have to have the economic effects in the country, have to create it? And we had the Jazz and Arts Festival. We added an arts component to the Jazz Festival, Mr. Speaker. Which government? Who condemned it? Which government decided that Darren Sammy was somebody that had to be used to promote St. Lucia? Which government decided to give him his first set of cricket gear and his trips to play cricket in England? Which government? So, Mr. Speaker, so the leader of the opposition comes to this honorable house, and this time his advisor asked him to change the style. He said, I am happy that you all embrace it. We don't need his happiness, because we always understood the benefit of tourism. He was the one who started the idea of transition from agriculture to tourism. I was Minister of International Financial Services. We started the offshore industry in the country. The same way we started a CIP. We are the ones started it. And how did we start it? We started it with a group that the member for View for South was ensured that members of the opposition were in that group that began exploring the benefits of CIP for St. Lucia. Which government? When he came, he changed the model. Which government, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, it's very, very important. It's very important that I make these points for the young people of St. Lucia to understand the history. Because, Mr. Speaker, this population, more than half of it are people below the age of 35 years old. And these people listen to that kind of thing and believe it. They listen to that misinformation, especially when it's done in a nice, when it's packaged properly in social media. And they believe it, Mr. Speaker. So I have to clear the air, not for my benefit and my way out, for the benefit of the young people of St. Lucia, for the benefit of the future in St. Lucia. I'm sure the member from Miku North, if I bring him out, they hear those fellows on that table there. I'm sure he doesn't know some of the people outside there. The member from Miku North, and he's a member of parliament. Because, Mr. Speaker, the history of this country has not been written in a way where we can celebrate our heroes and know the truth. So we listen to the truth on talk shows. We listen to our history on talk shows. We listen to our history on things people write 3 minutes on TikTok. Nothing wrong in that. But that's where we learn our history. So we have to find a way. And this honorable house should be a place where the young people of St. Lucia should know the history of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. How many young people know about the liberalization of the telephone industry in St. Lucia, led by the member for View for South and Calix George? How many people know that, Mr. Speaker? How many people know about going to secondary school? 60 or 50 people out of 2,000 could only go to secondary school in St. Lucia. Some people didn't even know that you needed a tax clearance to travel to leave St. Lucia. So when they made a big fuss about Pierre, when they tell people they can't travel because they owe tax, Mr. Speaker, right down that building, there was a little hut, a little cubicle where you have to go for tax clearance. You have to pay $5 for it.
That's why you shouldn't be going anywhere, Prime Minister.
Who removed it? The member for Beaufort South. He's the one who removed it. So when you hear that, he comes and he gives this convoluted view of history and appears as if he's a guru and he did tourism. The guy was Minister of Tourism for 5 years. And Prime Minister for 5 years. 5 years. But he pretends as if he don't know nothing about it. And he's happy that we have embraced tourism. Thank you for your happiness. We don't want to embrace neither. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this. Finally, Mr. Speaker, who started the Rangers and the hostess program? It's Lucia. They dismantled it when they came there. We had employed Rangers and hostesses. They dismantled it. And now we're going to bring it back. They dismantled the Nature Heritage Tourism program. They stopped it. And now they come back for village tourism. Pretend that it is the first time that's come in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought I would do that because of the way in which these people fashion St. Lucia and try to place the Labour Party in a position where we would never were. Mr. Speaker, what the Labour Party stands for is St. Lucia first. We're not against foreign indirect investment. The most lucrative set of foreign investment legislation was passed by the St. Lucia Labour Party. The most lucrative. We're the ones, like, we're talking about taxation. The next motion is going to be about taxation, Mr. Speaker. And you will see the history of taxation in St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion on the Tourism Development Fund. And I thought it necessary that we go back a little in time. And I know the member Chozel, he knows that too. He knows about that too. He knows about some of the misinformation that comes from his side. But one thing of him, he does not repeat it. He doesn't repeat it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, history. Let me make it history, Mr. Speaker, because you know, these days we drop in documents to the House. Talk about investment and who stopped investment. The range investment, Mr. Speaker, that came into St. Lucia started with us. And then he speaks about CIP and hotels. The range investment, Mr. Speaker, the range investment. We begged him. We begged the member for Miku South to not to interfere in how the range development was progressing. We begged him. I sat here, and although they said that we lost our right to speak, I sat here and I begged him. I remember the member for Beaufort South begging him to not interfere with that, let it go. But he is speaking about, because we started it, he stopped it. There are a number of things that we started that we stopped, Mr. Speaker. And one day I was talking to a friend of mine, and I said to them, in 2016, when we lost the election, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the projects that were on the table. Rosalie Highway, St. Jude Hospital, PPP fund for the airport, Millennium Highway, Life Social Center, and the OKU hospital was complete. If they had just sat down, and allowed these projects to continue, we will not be in government. But they changed, talking about changing things, they changed everything, including the Range Hotel. And you don't know what it costs us to change here's what it cost us. Requests for advance, settlement agreement, Government of St. Lucia and range developers. The Department of Finance requests that the Minister of Finance grants approval of an advance to the Department of Finance to finance obligations for a settlement agreement arising out of a dispute in relation to the development agreement for the development of a hotel resort in St. Lucia, Range Development St. Lucia, in the amount of $5,200,000 United States dollars. Talking about wasting money, and who wastes the government treasury and who doesn't know how to handle money. The approach. On May 41st, 2016, and you know, Mr. Speaker, they have always threatened me. Bring the evidence, bring the evidence. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I have a country to run. I have a country to run. I have to see about the young people. I have to get employment for them. I have to deal with the investors that will pushed away from St. Lucia. I have to deal with them. So I don't have time to go into, come every time and read documents and pull up things, pull up that. But if we're in the business of reading documents, for those that they did not discard, I'll bring some. Some of them that were not discarded, I'll bring some, Mr. Speaker, because we want to challenge and threaten people. You know, on May 41st, the government of St. Lucia entered into agreement with a developer, RDSL, to develop a resort district of Black Bay, St. Lucia. This agreement was amended on May 15, 2017. Following a period of negotiations, the parties have agreed to terminate these arrangements and have now entered into a settlement agreement on August 18, 2018. So you terminate what's there, and now you enter into a new one. While provisions have not been made in the 2018-2019 estimates of expenditure for financing the expenditure, the Department of Finance proposes that revenue raised from the proceeds of the Citizens Investment Program be utilized to finance expenditure. It should be noted that this expenditure will be part of the supplementary estimates in 2028-29. Talk about use of funds and how we're using CIP funds. We'll have that discussion. We have that discussion. Why are you the CIP funds? Where is CIP money going? We'll have that discussion. The Department of Finance requests that the Minister of Finance approves an advance to the Department of Finance for settlement agreements arising out of a dispute in relation to a development agreement for the development of a hotel resort in St. Lucia to Range Developer St. Lucia Limited in the amount of $5,200,000 United States dollars. That is the history of who's stopping projects, the history of who using CIP funds. That's the history. That's the facts. Who is stopping projects? Who fund projects and then let it continue? This government has never had to pay anybody to stop any project. This government has not had to pay anybody for stopping any project. This government has not had to pay anybody compensation to anybody for stopping any project. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So all these threats and this as if they have a secret. This government has no secrets. This government has no secrets. We are open. Civil servants know everything. We have no secrets. I have no secrets. I call in no investor. Let's not go there. Let's not go there now. But you know, I have no secrets. None. That's an open government. And that's why you criticized a while ago, because you say that I say I don't know certain things. I'm not a god. I don't know many things. And I won't pretend that I know. I won't pretend that I know things that I don't know and bluff my way around. And when they catch me lying, come back and say that's not what I said. I won't do that. So, Mr. Speaker, when they try to pollute the history about our record in tourism, Mr. Speaker, the history is clear. Now, let me give you a few facts. I, under the guidance of the Minister for Viewfort South, build the most hotels in St. Lucia's history for now. If you want to go for facts, built, operating. If you want to, let's go facts now. Let's be factual. We had, when we were in government, we had in a record the highest number of stopover visitors ever in St. Lucia for the time that we're speaking about. Under me, when I was Minister of Tourism. Let's deal the facts. Let's deal the facts. I'm the one who got the Point Seraphim port configured so it could take heavy, the larger ships of the industry. Fact. Mega ships. Fact. We want to talk about facts and who did what for tourism. Let's talk about it. But you come here and you mix up the history. You say things that didn't exist. You take things in one place and put it in another place, and you pretend as if you are such a tourism guru and you did so much for tourism. And because of you, who brought Virgin Airlines? Who started the expansion of Virgin Airlines, of airline services to St. Lucia? Who started joint marketing? Or who continued joint marketing when we traveled with members of the private sector and members of the Ministry of Tourism and members of the Lucia Tourism Board? Who expanded the Ministry of Tourism? When I came to government in 1997, the member for Viewfort South allowed me to do a consultation with a fellow called Scanterbury on the structure of the Ministry of Tourism. Who started that? It was a sham with the Honorable Romanus Lancico, a fellow called Pedro Toussaint, Percival McDonald, a cleaner and a messenger. That's what it was. So don't come and talk about we only now we begin to accept tourism and you have this hypocritical thing. I'm happy. Keep your happiness. Yes, I'm happy. And I'll tell you 10 investors, don't invest in St. Lucia. These guys don't know what they're doing. These guys are corrupt. You stopping all kind of things. Trying to. We are beginning to expand. We are beginning to do some work on the port. You tried your best to destabilize it, and you, several occasions, you went and you cut a ribbon that didn't exist in Viewfort, and so you're opening some big mega port in St. Lucia. You spoke to several shipping companies to tell them to develop Point Seraphim. None of it working. None of it came to pass. We're doing it now, and you're complaining. And you complaining, Mr. Speaker. You try your best to stop GPH. You did whatever you could do because you did not want it to happen, because you did not want it to have after you tried it, because you didn't want to have the benefit that comes to St. Lucia. You came into government and you found an agreement to build an airport. You went to the IFC with the member for Caucus North. The people begged you. They said, do not do that, Prime Minister. Please continue. Do not change that model. They begged you. There are hundreds of airports around the world who are built like that. They begged you. You, as usual, you discarded them. Because when you went to meetings, you are God. You're just, shut up. That's how they say you treated them. And we had to pay IFC for you. You can talk about it. And up to now, and you. This airport deal that you speaking about, this airport deal, That's the first deal that is tied to a contractor. First loan tied to a contractor. And you instructed Slasper to employ that contractor. And you're paying 5% interest plus 8% fees on top of the 5% interest. So you're paying 13% interest for the airport deal, and you want me to continue that? You think in good conscience, I will pay 13%, 5% interest, and 8% for every transaction. 13%, and you want me to continue that? You had a project, the airport went on a as you build project, no plans, no bill of quantities. As you build, no bill of quantities for the terminal building, no bill of quantities. You build it as if it is a Caucus building. Do that now, I pay you. Do that now, I pay you. An airport, you had no bill of quantities. I am the one now who have instructed that Slasper prepare a bill of quantities, and a consultant was selected just last week to do that. How, in your good conscience, you think I could continue building a terminal building and you have no bill of quantities? No final design. As you go, build it, as you go, of our Caucus building. And you speak about you this pig, man, you know, and you've got away that all the time. And talk about prudent financial management. You have no bill of quantities for the largest investment project in the country. In the history of this country, you have no bill of quantities. You tie the loan to the contractor, and you select the contractor by direct award.
Yes, the masters in development banking.
This because it hurts me when I see you, this masquerading as financial and try to denigrate us. And the sad thing is that the way he tries to denigrate us and call us all kind of names as if we don't know what we're doing, we are fools, tells people all over the world that these guys don't know I don't know what I'm doing, and say Lucia is in a mess, predicting, and further. I also have something to say. I won't say it now about the crime in St. Lucia. I'll say it at some point, and you all may have to deal with me, because I know what's happening behind the scenes. I know all that pretense about crime and who's pushing crime. I know what's happening behind the scene. What's happening behind the scene? I know. You see, Mr. Speaker, when you are in a haste, when you do not want to accept the will of the people, and you believe that you have a divine right, you understand, Mr. Speaker? That's what happens. Always threaten people. Try your best. Trying your best, Mr. Speaker, to denigrate people. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, I thought that I would speak about these things because of the way that the member from Microsoft speaks about us, and speaks about his track record, and speaks about tourism, and speaks about financial management of the economy, all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker. So he has already started to attack the estimates that you will get tomorrow. He starts already. He begins to attack it. He begins. Because in his mind, he knows. Because these things are not secret. I don't call my technocrats and say this. We work as a team. So he may know already what's in the book. He may see that the progress of St. Lucia financial situation in paper. He might see what happens. He'll understand where unemployment is. He will know what are the growth projections. So he's already started to denigrate it, to discredit it. He started already, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to be talking about a tax bill in a while. And I'm going to show the public again, and I hope he stays and listen, which government has done the most for tax reduction and tax relief in St. Lucia? I hope you stay to listen to that. Because the history is there. The history is there. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask members to please support the motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to establish a special fund to be known as the Tourism Development Fund for the purpose of facilitating the operations, tourism development, and tourism marketing of the Department of Tourism. And be it further resolved that A, the source and monies to be paid into the fund comprises 1, the sums allocated by Parliament, interest and penalties under Section 117 of the Tourism Development Act number 1 of 2024, the surplus tourism levy revenue under Section 119 of the Tourism Development Act number 1 of 2024, 4, the grants received by the Department of Tourism in relation to tourism development, 5, the fees charged under the Tourism Development Act number 1 of 2024, 6, all other sums that may become payable to or vested in the Department of Tourism in respect of matters incidental to its functions and powers. B, in accordance with Section 23(2) and subsection 23(3) of the Act, 1, the accounting officer administering the fund shall, within a period of 1 month after the end of the financial year, prepare, sign and submit to the Accountant General statements showing the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. 2, the statements under subparagraph 1 must include A, a statement of the assets and liabilities of the fund, B, a detailed statement of receipts and payments of the fund, and C, a statement of investments and interest or dividends credited to the fund. C, Section 23(1) of the Act relating to the payment and accounting procedures applied to the fund. D, the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Tourism is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. E, the fund must be maintained unless 1, it is closed by the Minister of Finance under Section 24 of the Act, where the Minister for Finance receives a report from the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Finance to indicate that the purpose for which the fund was established has been fulfilled or no longer exists, and in the opinion of the Minister, there is no likelihood that the purpose for which the fund could lawfully be used will arise in the future. Or 2, the term specified in this resolution for the fund has expired. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister for Finance.
Whereas it's provided by Section 65(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 15.01 the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, grant a guarantee in accordance with an enactment. And whereas it's further provided on Section 69(2) of the Act, that a guarantee issued by the government or contingent liability created by the government in accordance with the regulations under the Act and in accordance with other enactments shall be charged on and paid out of the consolidated fund. And whereas it is provided Section 21(1) of the National Lotteries Authority Act, Cap 13.20, that is the approval of Parliament, the government may guarantee in such a manner and on such conditions as it may think fit the repayment of principal and the payment of interest and other charges in respect of any borrowing by National Lottery Authority. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to guarantee an amount of $80 million, the loan, from the First National Bank St. Lucia Limited, the bank, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist in the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. And whereas the loan is repayable in 15 years in biannual payments of $3,571,993.78, inclusive of interest at a rate of 4% per annum for the term of the loan. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee amount of $80 million, the loan, from the First National Bank St. Lucia Limited, the bank, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist in the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. Be it resolved that the loan is repayable in 15 years in biannual payments of $3,571,993.78, inclusive of interest at a rate of 4% per annum. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that the government is giving the National Lotteries Authority a guarantee because of the Public Finance Management Act, and it is considered a contingent liability on the government. But the government is not responsible to paying that loan back unless the National Lottery Association falters. I want to make it clear that contrary to what was being spread yesterday, the government is not borrowing the $80 million, but it is guaranteeing the $80 million for the National Lotteries Association Authority. And if the National Lottery Authority cannot pay, then the government takes on the repayment of the loan. But Mr. Speaker, repaid in full. You know why? Because the National Lottery Association has its own revenue stream, and from that revenue stream the loans are repaid. So we're not taking anything away. But what are we doing? What will that money be used for, Mr. Speaker? It will be used, one, to get the grounds ready for Cricket World Cup. ICC Cricket World Cup, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Tourism will outline to you how the ticket sales, because the Minister must not have to tell. My picture is still there, you know. I'm the one who opened that hotel, you know. But now they must take out the thing, you know. I was the Minister of Tourism that opened the hotel, you know. I mean, those are better days. So, Mr. Speaker, every hotel room in St. Lucia has been sold for June for Cricket World Cup, Mr. Speaker. Plus the fact that that money is going to be used to upgrade the Darren Sammy cricket ground, which needs upgrading, it needs maintenance, there's work. No work has been done on the pitch, on the playing surface for a long time, for a long while. We are going to be using some of the money to do it. We are going to be using some of that money to upgrade the Grosvenor playing field. And if you go today, in the place that you said was only good for demonstrations, you will see that the Mindo Phillip Park is being renovated. As we speak, the roof is off. The roof on the Players Pavilion is down, Mr. Speaker. And 1, 2, 3 of the stands have already been constructed. 1, 2, 3 have already been rebuilt. They allowed the Mindo Phillip Park to ruin, to affect me. They ruined, they left it in ruins. They didn't do anything with it because they thought they would affect me and the doctrine would have worked, Mr. Speaker. They allow it to just stay. A ground that has history. I mean, the Phillip Park has history, Mr. Speaker. They allow it to just go into, just leave it and rotten. The Marshall grounds, Mr. Speaker, allow it again. They just never touched it. I spent $1 million. We spent between the SSDF and the Ministry of Sports to repair the Marshall grounds, Mr. Speaker. I must say, and to resurface it completely. Me as Minister of Sports, we visited this. It was one, and we put lights in there, Mr. Speaker, in the Mindo Phillip Park. I must say, it was vandalized, Mr. Speaker. And I've said to my constituents, I have a zero tolerance towards vandalism and criminality. I don't meet them in back meetings and tell them one thing and say another thing. I don't do that. They know me, they know exactly where I'm coming from. And that's why they have re-elected me 6 times. Because they know exactly where I'm coming from. I speak the truth to them. They trust me and I trust them. When they falter, I tell them they falter, you're wrong. And I've said to them they're wrong because they ought not to damage the Marshall grounds. And we're going to be repairing the stands on the Marshall grounds. And then I have said that there'll be a zero tolerance towards vandalism on the Marshall grounds, Mr. Speaker. So that money will be used to redo the Mindo Phillip Park because it will be used as a practice ground. That money will be used to because you might hear in a while $80 million for sports facilities. Mr. Speaker, there was a fellow called Lockerbie. And we came in this honorable house and we borrowed $32 million. $30 million spent in which playing field? $32 million. The last thing I heard about Lockerbie is he said he was having Massad Gardens. Massad. But it was really full people already, you know. I mean, Lord help me. Madison Square Gardens. So they borrowed $32 million. Now, the only what I've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Artificial turf, putting cricketers in problems because cricketers say they can't get anywhere to play. And I saw artificial turf in Deriso and artificial turf in Deriso. $32 million. If there was more, I would like to find. this $80 million will be used to prepare St. Lucia for the World Cup. And there are other countries in the region who have borrowed in excess of $120 million only for World Cup. So, Mr. Speaker, this is going to be repaid from the revenue stream from the National Lottery Association, Mr. Speaker, because when the Darren Sammy grounds are repaired, they will have matches there. In fact, what's the next store, Dr. Hiller? There's the CPL program, the CPL, then the English. Has happened there for the last years. I remember very clearly, Mr. Speaker, I remember very clearly this history when I read my book. When we were building the Darren Sammy grounds, Mr. Speaker, we had to take a decision between spending some money on the Mindufila Park or saving that. The Honorable, I can call his name, Mario Michel, was the Minister of Education and Sports, and I was the Minister for Tourism and Minister, the Parliamentary Rep for Kashitis. As usual, they always want to foment problems among ourselves, among us. They always believe they have some secret. That one fighting with that one, and that one with that one, and they fighting. Between Mario and myself on use, on the decision to not So we decided that we will not have the Australian tour in Mindufila Park. They made a big fuss about it, Mr. Speaker. A big fuss, as usual. So this time, we are going to be repairing both the Mindufila Park and the Darren Sammy grounds, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I know other members, we want to talk about the benefits of the World Cup. And other members, we want to speak about the infrastructure of the sports facilities that they want to happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's another investment in the young people of St. Lucia. And talking about investment in the youth, Mr. Speaker, did you see what happened in Soufrière with Island Champs, Mr. Speaker? Did you see? It's the largest sports gathering for a long time in St. Lucia. How it was accepted, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, is it by coincidence that we see such infusion of interest in sports and interest in youth development and interest in youth going to business, Mr. Speaker? Because, Mr. Speaker, because it's targeted, because we respect young people, Mr. Speaker. In fact, even though there are segments of who want to try to put a wedge between our government and our youth policy, Mr. Speaker. Our youth policy is clear, just like education. No government has done more for young people than the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. No government. there's never a perfect policy. You can find downsides in all policies. But when you come and try to denigrate our contribution, Mr. Speaker, the facts show for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like members to support this guarantee. It's a guarantee. It will not be paid from any of the financial rules. It has to be treated as a contingent liability to the government. But the government will not have to pay unless the National Lottery Authority cannot make payments. And the history of National Lottery Authority has shown that they have made their payments for any loans they have taken, including the Darren Sammy grants. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to guarantee an amount of EC $80 million the loan from First National Bank St. Lucia Limited, the bank, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 15 years in biannual payments of $3,571,993.78, inclusive of interest at a rate of 4% per annum for the term of the loan. Member for Suzel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Still having problems in hearing me? Am I being heard more clearly now? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope we get that resolved by the estimates.
Such a clown. You don't think you're a clown?
Mr. Speaker, I note in this motion the Minister for Finance made it a point to mention that this was a guarantee by the government, and he made sure that he made it very clear that the government would not be responsible for paying the debt unless, of course, there's a default. My concern here, Mr. Speaker, is that the fact that the National Lotteries Authority, and by their mandate, is supposed to assist in many disciplines across the country, that their contributions to various activities on a yearly basis, how will that be affected? Will we see various reductions as it relates to some of the sponsorship that they provide? So it's just a concern, and I'm hoping that we will not see any sort of lesser interest in various areas that have been sponsored by the national lotteries. Already, I know there was some after-school program that was being sponsored by the national lotteries that had been stopped very, very early, maybe about 2 years ago. And I was very happy to hear the Minister of Finance also speak to and I must congratulate the organizers and also the First National Bank for the sponsorship on Sunday. Very, very wonderful turnout. Very exciting to see the performance of our young people. And to use one of the Minister of Finance, the member for Castries, his favorite terms, I recall the number of times when the work was being done on the Sufra Stadium, the number of times they denigrate, is that the word you love to use? They denigrate the work being done. But I was very happy at least that there was a place for our young people to have been able to come and perform very well. There were other statements that were made that I would not choose to comment on the whole issue of the Sufra Stadium. The member spoke of specifically, well, he mentioned at least four grounds. He spoke of the Darren Sammy in preparation for Cricket World Cup. He spoke for the Grosley Playing Field, Mindu Phillip Park, and Marsha Grounds. I'm suspecting, I'm believing that you most likely would have missed out some other areas, because I find it very hard that $80 million would go into just the four areas. And I can think of a few to assist in putting on that program as well, because the last time I was here, I spoke to the issue of the Choiseul lighting, and the lights costing just about $250,000, and as a result of number of times the organizers tried to get the lights repaired, we had quite a bit of difficulty where they were citing financial difficulties, and that of course has stopped a wonderful cricket program that the organizers have done there, Choiseul Smash, which has continued to pull very large crowds, and the support for the vendors and everything like that, Mr. Speaker. So I'm hoping that there will be some emphasis placed to repair the lights. The member for Denry North, who continuously wants to throw side remarks whenever I'm speaking, I'm sure he would, Mr. Speaker, through you, he would have played on the PI playing field as a former national cricketer. And the PI playing field, Mr. Speaker, one of the best places where, apart from the Darren Sammy grounds, where young cricketers go and play. I'm hoping that some attention will be given to that particular cricket ground in Choiseul. The Honorable Prime Minister also spoke to the fact that all the work that was done on the Soufrière Stadium, obviously it left a sort of a void for the cricketers. And Mr. Speaker, we know very well that a lot of work had been done in acquiring another piece of land in Soufrière. Some work had been started, and I'm hoping maybe the member for Soufrière, Francis Jacques, could tell us of the continuation of that program to give a home to the cricketers from the Soufrière community. But Mr. Speaker, of greater concern in all of that kind of money that's being spent on our sporting facilities, and I think I heard the member for Castries South speak to it some time ago, that we need to find a place to have our cultural activities and our fetes and everything like that, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping that kind of money that we'll be spending on the facilities will not continue to see, the destruction of the facilities with some of the big parties and the fetes that we continue to engage in on these playing surfaces. I remember when we were forming the government, or we were the last administration, we had actually identified a place somewhere in the area of, I think it was Caribbean Cinemas, where we were looking to bring in the whole cultural center and sufficient parking and everything. But there was a lot of cry from the public that we were moving away from town and people opposed. But now when you listen and you reflect, you realize that a lot of people are making noise for political reasons. And so I'm hoping that, the thrust that the Minister of Tourism wants to give to identifying a new home, we will see that happening very soon, so that, the damage of our playing surfaces would be a thing of the past. So, Mr. Speaker, I do agree that we do need to do some maintenance and some work on our various fields. I'm hoping that the 4 fields mentioned are not the limitation of where that money will be spent, but there'll be a wider program across St. Lucia to take care of the various playing fields. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the resolution to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee an amount of AC $80 million from the First National Bank of St. Lucia Limited to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. The terms and conditions of this loan, Mr. Speaker, to the NLA are as follows. The loan is repayable in 15 years in biannual payments of $3,571,993.78, inclusive of interest at a rate of 4% per annum for the term of the loan. It is to be noted, Mr. Speaker, that this is a loan to the St. Lucia National Lotteries Authority and not a loan to the central government, as explained by the Minister for Finance. It is to be further noted, Mr. Speaker, that the process for applying for a government guarantee is prescribed in the recently enacted Public Debt Management Act. Mr. Speaker, a section of the aforementioned Act states the process for the application of a loan to be guaranteed by the government. For ease of reference, Mr. Speaker, I shall quote the section. Application for government guarantee, 36(1). Prior to the guarantee of a loan under Section 65 of the Public Finance Management Act, number 14 of 2020, a borrower shall make an application for government guarantee to the minister. 2. An application under subsection 1 must A. Specify that 1. The purpose of the loan is to achieve a public purpose, and 2. The proposed guarantee is expected to serve a specific public policy objective. B. Be accompanied by 1. The financial statements of the statutory body. 2. Legal documentation that A. is prepared by the Attorney General, B. is executed by the borrower whose loan is to be guaranteed, and C. specifies that in the event of default by the borrower, A. the government is indemnified of any liability, and B. the borrower commits to repaying the government any money paid by the government to a creditor under the loan guarantee. Section 47, Mr. Speaker, of the Public Debt Management Act states the process that is required in evaluating an application for government guarantee. In particular, the following factors are considered in the evaluation of the loan. A. To determine whether 1. the loan guarantee is the most appropriate mechanism for achieving the public purpose or the specific public policy objective. 2. The borrower has the ability to repay the loan obligations and fulfill all payment and other obligations under the loan and under the guarantee and related agreements. 3. The terms and conditions of the loan to be guaranteed are consistent with the debt management objectives and the approved strategy. 4. The borrower is in compliance with the prescribed corporate governance requirements established by the minister, and B. by performing a credit risk analysis of the proposed government guarantee. Once the loan is evaluated in accordance with Section 37 of the Public Debt Management Act, a recommendation is made to the Minister of Finance for grant or refusal of the application for the government guarantee. Mr. Speaker, clearly, the above process shows that the process for obtaining a government guarantee is a very rigorous one and requires, inter alia, a determination of the capacity of the borrower to repay the loan and an analysis of the financial statement of the borrower. Based on the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the risk of default by the St. Lucia National Authority must be very low, because it went through the process It was subjected to systematic scrutiny, may be subjected to new levels of critical examination, and of course, was obedient to the provisions. The second part of the analysis I would like to focus on, Mr. Speaker, is that the borrowing must be for a public purpose or a specific public policy objective. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, it is well known that we have a major deficit in youth and sports infrastructure in this country. This is a fact which is not subject to debate or compromise. The major sporting infrastructure in St. Lucia include the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground and the George Odlum National Stadium. Currently, the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground is being renovated, which is to be completed in time for the hosting of the T20 World Cricket matches, which are to be played in St. Lucia. And the George Odlum Stadium is to be rehabilitated when the hospital moves out to the St. Jude's Hospital complex at Auger. These major pieces of infrastructure were all implemented by the St. Lucia Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that financing for sports infrastructure takes a lower level of priority than other infrastructure expenditures. It is to be noted that multilateral organizations like the World Bank and the Caribbean Development Bank do not provide funding for youth and sports infrastructure. The several competing demands on the budget also make it difficult to provide adequate funding for youth and sports infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, sports plays an important role in national development. More recently, we were extremely proud when Julian Alfred won the 60 meters indoor world championship in Glasgow, Scotland. We often wonder how many other Julian Alfreds are in St. Lucia but who were not discovered. The development of sports infrastructure would therefore allow us to nurture and develop more elite athletes, Mr. Speaker, who are capable of competing at the regional and international levels. Julian Alfred has joined illustrious company of global St. Lucian ambassadors who are elevating St. Lucia's image on the international stage. Mr. Speaker, we need to find more of her in St. Lucia who can compete at the global level in their respective sports. This requires, Mr. Speaker, the development of proper sports infrastructure based on international standards. Mr. Speaker, we must recognize that not everyone can reach the level of Miss Alfred, and we need to be realistic yet ambitious in developing ultra-elite sports persons. The playing of sports by the youth has a number of benefits, Mr. Speaker, which are well documented, and a few of them, Mr. Speaker, among the most obvious positive outcomes are improvements in physical health, such as weight control, strength building, increased flexibility, enhanced coordination and motor skills, improved cardiovascular health, and pain reduction. People who are physically active often tend to develop healthier lifestyles and better eating habits. Which means, Mr. Speaker, that if we take actions like this, it will restrain the growth of expenditure in the health sector by having healthier citizens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another beneficial aspect of sport is the impact that it has on psychological and emotional healing and well-being. Sport provides a positive outlet for stress and aggression. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, these are things that are well documented. Participation in sport can help alleviate depression or anxiety. Physically active people also often experience enhanced self-confidence and improved self-image. There is also evidence that participation in sport improves concentration and mental functioning. And I can go on and on, Mr. Speaker, very important functions of sport, but I will keep it short and prepare to land at this juncture in time. These social skills and experiences are readily transferable to other aspects of life and may improve a person's ability to succeed in their future careers. The final point I would like to make, Mr. Speaker, is that sport also provides an alternative to risky or antisocial behavior, creating sufficient structure, discipline, and incentive to keep some people away from drugs, violence, or criminal activity. So, Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the fact that many of our youth get enticed to join gangs and engage in activities that we would prefer to keep under control. It is important to get our youth involved in sporting activities as just one of the aspects of intervention, so they can be meaningfully engaged in productive activities. Given the numerous benefits of sports to the development of the holistic individual, it is very important for the government to invest in youth and sports infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is complementary to the government's major policy of developing the youth economy. So it's just another component of a wider architecture to deal systematically with the challenges of young people and to, of course, develop our country. Mr. Speaker, I wish to therefore lend my support to the resolution to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee an amount of EC $80 million from the First National Bank and Lucia Limited to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield the floor.
Member for Castries Southeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to briefly provide support for this motion to guarantee $80 million from the First National Bank to the National Lotteries Authority to assist in financing youth and sports infrastructure program. I just need to, while I support, just bring to this House, Mr. Speaker, the importance of what is before us. And I will do so, Mr. Speaker, by trying to explain how this is arranged in terms of what obtains in government and how this administration is thinking. Mr. Speaker, I just wish to first establish that even before my time, that this administration is responsible for the establishment of NIPRO, the National Lottery Authority. No, NIPRO is one entity through NIC that was responsible for development. The National Lottery Authority, agencies like Bell Fund, the St. Lucia Social Development Fund, the National Conservation Authority, as special vehicles established towards the establishment of social interventions that ordinarily central government would find it difficult to participate in. And it's just not registering in the minds of our St. Lucians that these arrangements by this government, the structures, speaks to a broad understanding of procurement responsibilities, the arrangement of social goods and services, and who at best is able to advance and to promote them. So here in this important piece of legislation, here the National Lottery Authority is being featured. Mr. Speaker, of course, so often we speak about the GDP of our country, and of course it is the market value of all goods and services. And in St. Lucia, small island developing states, there are not many assets, but there are some significant ones that we can speak to. our youth assets are significant. And it's important that we maintain them because they contribute to the value, to the wealth of this country. We cannot allow them to depreciate. And Mr. Speaker, there are some of them that are considered to be national in perspective because they're not constituency based. It doesn't belong to Grosile, for example. It's not the constituency of Grosile, nor the George Odlum Stadium is an asset to Viewford. These are national assets. They contribute to the well-being of our entire society. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when we consider establishing assets within communities, the issue of maintenance is also very important. Very important. Because at this time, we do have a vehicle in place to contribute to the maintenance of Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds. But Mr. Speaker, I need to bring to your mind, and if you're not aware, that assuming the responsibility as parliamentary representative for Castries Southeast, I encounter the largest community center ever built in St. Lucia.
How many toilets?
Come in, take your time.
How many toilets?
Largest. There is one in Odsat, about $5 million, and I know that I'm currently establishing a community center, an youthful asset, at this time, for just under $1,800,000. But the one that was built, the one I inherited in Odsa, is about $5 million.
How many toilets?
Hold on. And I thought this was the largest one built in Castries Southeast. But Mr. Speaker, do you know there's one in Bexar, costing $10 million, with 21 toilets, 6 urinals, and 6 washrooms?
How many?
Electricity bill will cost the community $5,000 a month. Now, 21 more, yes. Yes, you could go there and count it. It's not a hospital. In fact, there's more toilets in this community center than there's toilets in the waterfront building, the Graham Louise building. In fact, yes. Now, I made this point in the context of wastage of resources, as explained earlier on by the leader of opposition, and the strategic use of resources. A government who plans and takes things into consideration. This community center is not for a region. It is not a national community center. It is a center for the community of Bexar. Only Bexar. Mr. Speaker, you must visit it for yourself to see the magnitude of a community center. The largest community center ever built in St. Lucia. And again, I need to say to St. Lucians, the total number of toilets in that community center at a cost of $10 million in the Bexar River, it has 21 toilets in it, 6 urinals, and 6 washrooms.
And DCA gave 26 reasons why it should
Of course, and there was. I saw correspondence from DCA giving 22 reasons why it was not approved, but it was subsequently approved because it's a World Bank project. Mr. Speaker, in the context of this debate, beg your pardon?
What do you say there?
Fresh out what?
You see, I do not understand what you're saying. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful and we need to have an appreciation for what this government is doing and understand the strategic development of this country. When this government conceptualized these major assets and the importance of these assets to the development and the well-being of our population. And of course, today we can find the wherewithal to arrange for its maintenance, but not also to guarantee to maintain it, but also to ensure that the vehicle put in place to facilitate maintenance and its upkeep can also pay for it. That's what's important to me. And I ask myself the question, how will the Bexar community maintain a community center with 21 toilets? How will it maintain it? In fact, its location requires 2 security guards because it's isolated. How? Who will pay for its maintenance? Who will maintain for its upkeep? And sometimes I feel troubled, and when I speak about it, my prime minister has to tell me, minister, calm down, calm down, calm down. He has to calm me down because I am concerned. Because you want to organize your constituency, you want to ensure that things are making sense. The one in Odsa, they have already broken up and they have taken a toilet and the pump. New facilities. So we spent $5 million to build one in Odsa, $10 million to build another in Bexar, community centers. And Mr. Speaker, it's upon reflection, if the dear Prime Minister give me $10 million now for Castries office, I would ensure that I have a community center in more than 10 communities. In more than 10, adequate enough. Mr. Speaker, it is located next to a school. And upon accepting responsibility, I did ask the ministry responsible to ensure that the cement blast that took place on the school nearby in Odsa, under the conditions of contract, that they are responsible for painting the school over. And they did. But they've left the one in Bexar in a state. And there's almost parking for 200 vehicles. 200 vehicles. And I ask, why would the former Prime Minister allow such to happen? But then today I am speaking of accountability and all of the rules of good governance that would protect such abuse of resources. Somebody was having a field day. Somebody was having a good time. And the thing about it, in speaking with the community, they said they never asked for it. Nobody asked for it. No one asked for it.
The minister puts down Minister of Finance. You asking him the
it was the World Bank. It was loan. It was loan.
But look, the ex-prime minister next to you.
You understand? So I'm asking this question, and I'm saying this in the context of what is important. No. So then, I must conclude, Mr. Speaker, that this government, and I'm saying this briefly, this government is on the right path in terms of how our Prime Minister is leading. How our Prime Minister is managing the affairs of the business of this country. And I also need to point out to the leader of the opposition, sometimes I sense as if he's suggesting that he's the authority on tourism. Whereas I know that the current Prime Minister and the member for Castries East, under his term as Minister of Tourism, did far much more. Mr. Speaker, I ask the question, why? And there is a pattern that one must pay attention to. It's not so much the things we do when we're in power as we hear that important. The things that we do not do is also important. We have no conflict of interest, so our current ministers of tourism and the former Prime Minister do not own a hotel. So there's no conflict of interest. None. So when it comes for pushing the hotel business forward, they push it whoever comes forward and is capable and is able and is qualified, we do this. You understand? Mr. Speaker, also, in the context of arranging how these things are done, we have no interest. And I recall the statement made by the minister of the member for Mikud South. When he asked the question in this house, he asked, how many of us ever owned a business? He asked that question. Have we ever been business owners? I think it was the last sitting of Parliament. Almost to suggest our qualification being here rests on we being business owners. And I recall some years ago, a member of his side stood up and waved and said, I know how to take money and make money. suggesting that the members on the other side are not business individuals. But what I've discovered in small island developing states, the people who are likely to impact your country more positively are persons who are prepared to create business, successful business of our citizens, and not those who boast of being business persons themselves. And that is why in a short space of time, we have been able to achieve so much. Our passion is to ensure that our people are placed first at every juncture. Our hoteliers get an opportunity. And sorry if you have interpreted that our posture towards tourism has been, we do not believe in it, which is far from the truth. We are not interested in becoming hoteliers. But being a hotelier does not make you a qualified minister of tourism. And therefore, we believe in our people who have the aspiration to become business individuals. We believe in the local persons who want to be in the tourist business. But Mr. Speaker, I challenge the former Prime Minister with the form that he has put on today, that if he can allow under his watch such a wastage of resources, that we must now try to arrange, to find all ways to try to make it make sense. I visited the place with the sporting people in the community, and we now need to agree as to what section they can be responsible for, how they can coexist. I must now ask the council to move in to have a presence there, because I know as soon as this building is handed over, it will be vandalized because of its location. I do not think that we have space for 200 vehicle parking. Bush will, all of the work done to create the parking, because it's not paved, Bush will take over that place. Waste of resources. And I do not believe a community center needs central air conditioning system that's going to cost $5,000 a month. That's not good business for a community center. So, Mr. Speaker, if it was the indoor facility of Grozile, if you see the design of the indoor facility in Grozile, of course it can be used as an indoor facility. The sitting arrangement to see the players is there. But this one has a massive play area, but with no sitting accommodation. You cannot even have an activity or a stage that you could even exploit it to do something. It's almost a free place to just go and recreate. And the cost of recreation becomes extremely high, and you ask the question, who will pay for it? Mr. Speaker, there's a covered court inside of the facility, but there's a court outside of the facility as well. That could have been fixed. So we have indoor, outdoor, and the one outdoor is not even being used much. Bexor. So I'm saying to the former Minister of Finance, that he should consider that. And when he's speaking of what is happening on this side, I think he should reflect on some of the errors that he's made, some of what has happened under his watch, and not say that I'm happy, but repent of what he has done and acknowledge that we standing better because we've seen what's done and we're trying to correct it. You need to repent of this, because this is not good. You understand? You'll follow my lead? Okay, well, you'll be on the safe side, my brother. You understand? But you need to repent of this, because this is not good. I do not think this is sustainable. And I think if you follow what has happened, what the Labour Party has put in place, think of the vehicles for development. NIPRO, the National Lottery Authority, the James Belgrave Fund, the St. Lucia Social Development Fund, the National Conservation Authority. The government of the Labour Party has seen it fit to put structures and arrange in place to facilitate social development where central government is unable to reach. And therefore, these mechanisms has made it possible for the National Lottery Authority today to be the recipient of a guarantee to advance and to facilitate youth development by contributing to the well-keeping of our youth infrastructure and other youth interventions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux Fort North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief contribution to this motion. I support the motion which will authorize the Minister for Finance to guarantee an amount of 80 million EC dollars from the First National Bank, St. Lucia Limited, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. I support this motion, Mr. Speaker, because we are 2.5 years and counting into the term of this government. And here again, Mr. Speaker, this government demonstrates to the people of St. Lucia, and in particular, the young people of St. Lucia, that this is the government which has their interests at heart, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the intentions of this motion, the Youth and Infrastructure Program, it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister with responsibility for youth development and sports is on the right path, and it's very clear that he's working hard with his team to ensure that not only our youth and sports programs succeed, but we have infrastructure which will support our youth and sports programs. Earlier on, Mr. Speaker, the member for Labrie spoke about the games at Soufrière, the Island Champs. And it was another opportunity to showcase the possibilities for the development of youth and sports, albeit this time athletics. But Mr. Speaker, what you saw there on Sunday in Soufrière is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what is possible. Not necessarily the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Speaker, but also, Mr. Speaker, the entrance to the forest. Mr. Speaker, the member for Denry North is troubling me about my past sprinting days. I do not have many records at all. I know you try to. But yes, Mr. Speaker, you can see the level of performance and also the enthusiasm of the athletes and the parents. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, this motion, which would eventually guarantee the borrowing of $80 million, will assist this development. The people of Vieux-Fort North, I am sure, Mr. Speaker, look forward to the possible benefits of the program which will be developed by the National Lotteries Authority. Mr. Speaker, I am sure they look forward to the developments on the Bellevue playing field, the Vigier playing field, developments on the Pierrot playing field, not Laclery, but Opicon, Mont Cayenne, and so on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday we were also very proud to see what happened with some of our athletes from Vieux-Fort North, Mr. Speaker, and improved facilities will definitely benefit the athletes of Vieux-Fort North, including footballers and netballers and those who use facilities in our communities. Mr. Speaker, it was a joy to witness the performance of Naomi London, Mr. Speaker, from Bellevue in Vieux-Fort North. And Mr. Speaker, I'm certain, Mr. Speaker, if our playing field was already developed, she could have used it for some training. And I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister has approved funds and we have seen the commencement of the rehabilitation of the Bellevue playing field. So in the future, others who are like Naomi and so on will at least have some grounds, some better facilities to do some training. Mr. Speaker, you had Levern Jean-Baptiste from Grace, Mr. Speaker, Rayshawn Harris, Renard Bernard, Ryan Cody Simeon, Ricardo Mann, Kishmel Maslin, Prudential Shalry, Darren Ogis, Elaine Polius, Serafina William, among others, Mr. Speaker. All of them from Vieux-Fort North, and there are others who got gold medals, many of them gold medals, Mr. Speaker. They really can't beat us on the track. And therefore, when our facilities are improved, Mr. Speaker, I see Mikunov trying something there. Mr. Speaker, the Vieux-Fort North, the young people from Vieux-Fort North are very talented. And so when our facilities are improved, I am sure we will see
more Naomi Londons and more Sheldon Emmanuels, the former captain of the St. Lucia senior football team, coming out of Grace. And there are many others, cricketers and many others from our community who will benefit from this. I think it is very important, while we speak about youth development and infrastructure improvement, to recognize, as one of my colleagues did earlier, the contribution of the First National Bank to the Island Champs. And I'm hoping that other corporate citizens and other companies will come together to continue to assist our sports people. Many of them have done in the past, but we begin to see our athletes moving and performing at a different level. I wish to congratulate on behalf of the people of Vieux-Fort North, Julian Alfred, in a very special way, Mr. Speaker, for what she has done for St. Lucia. What she has done for St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And when we speak of economic growth and economic development, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure most of us know what athletes and people in the creatives and so on, what they do for the country when they go out there in the world and they perform. I am almost sure, Mr. Speaker, that cars stopped, the bars were filled. Everybody stopped, Mr. Speaker, on that day just to witness Julian Alfred's history, the history-making moment. So that's the kind of thing. Just imagine you multiply Julian Alfred by 3, by 4, all around the country. You saw what Usain Bolt and the Reggae Boys, the football team, you saw what they did for the country. And it is something you can't really put a value on. You can't say it's worth $1 million or $20 million. It's invaluable, because what these things do, they move the conscience of a nation. And you never know at what moment a young lady or a young man who was going astray, and just that moment when Julian Alfred performed on the world stage like this, it gave them an awakening, and it caused them to realize, wow, this lady is from St. Lucia. She's from Ciceron. I hope one day I'll say from Bellevue, you know, or from Grace or from somewhere. But yeah, from Ciceron, an ordinary young lady. And look at what she's doing to the soul and the conscience of our country. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the investments in youth and in infrastructure can only do good for us. Mr. Speaker, the contributions of others at the SUFRA event, I will not go into all of it, because I'm sure at some point the Minister for Youth and Sports will detail it, and also the Minister for Education. But I want at this point, Mr. Speaker, as we debate this motion, to recognize all of the workers in education and youth and sports who are led by Minister Kenson Casimir and Minister Sean Edward. Their work in youth and sports and what happened on Sunday is a collaboration and amalgamation of effort. These things don't just happen. It's an amalgamation of effort at the ministerial and at the agency level, the education officers and the sports officers and the teachers. And I want to congratulate all the teachers who are there on Sunday, Mr. Speaker. All the teachers. All of them, Mr. Speaker. In a very big way, I want to say that, because it was a Sunday, and you know, Mr. Speaker, they were there to encourage the students, and I can guarantee you that not even this government will be able to stop what will happen to these island chumps in the future. Nobody will stop it. You see these island chumps, Mr. Speaker? People are already ordering fabric to make their clothes to support their school. You see the next one? I don't know, Mr. Speaker, what we're going to do, because we know Vieux-Fort Comprehensive, my alma mater, we're the boss, you know, but still, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing other schools coming on a point of... We today, yes. You know, but Mr. Speaker, I know that other schools and the parents and the teachers are gearing up next year. So this is wonderful. And the development of infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, can only help all of this. Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell you also that I'm always very interested in what youth and sports and the development of infrastructure can do for social capital in the country. And when we speak about crime and what is happening in St. Lucia and in the Caribbean, we cannot divorce all of these programs from what is happening. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, every other weekend or weekday, you have activities. For you to have a successful semi-professional league, you need organized teams. And for teams to be organized, they must go to meetings. And for them to go to meetings, they must come together and spend less time idling. So, I mean, you can look at all of the connections to the society and what we can do if we continue to improve the youth and infrastructure programs which this motion speaks to. The bonding social capital, the bridging social capital, linking social capital. So this is not just about building proper playing fields. This is about the community. This is about how we build St. Lucia and how we turn the tide, and we can do it. And this, for example, this semi-professional league, Mr. Speaker, I mean, we are not in the top. Yeah, I mean, this is something else. Viewfort North is not yet up in the top, but Mr. Speaker, I guarantee you that in the next year or so, we come in, Mr. Speaker. Sheldon, Emmanuel, and so on will have to come back, and we come in for them, Mr. Speaker. But I want to congratulate all those who are leading these things, all of these activities, Mr. Speaker, and to tell them that this is the government for you, Mr. Speaker. That's what it means to the young people, to St. Lucians. This is the government for you. Semi-professional league, infrastructure improvement. This is the government which will take you into your future. This is the government for you. Not some people who are misleading you about everything, about taxes, about youth, about all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker. This is the government for you. Programs. So, Mr. Speaker, je dis, aujourd'hui à nous venir faire une garantie. Le gouvernement n'a pas qu'à prêter pièce l'argent, mais nous avons une garantie $80 millions pour National Lotteries là, prêter l'argent pour développer Grounds Bowl. Au lieu de cette liste, nous avons World Cup là qui vient et nous pouvons jouer Mindo Philip Park, nous pouvons jouer Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Mais là, il y a l'autre programme qui est fait avec Mwezadi Parlement qui nous a commencé à jouer Grounds Bowl Belleville à Vieux-Fort-Neuf. Et nous regardons les autres là, à Vigé, à Pierrot, à Opicon, avec Montcayenne, avec toutes ces Grounds Bowl ça là, Monsieur Speaker, c'est important. Parce que nous avons un petit madame qui est Naomi London qui sort de Belleville, avec madame Salah qui a mangé tétan, avec les pierre les tracks là. Avec ça, nous avons dit un programme comme ça. Ça fait un Charlotte Naomi London, avec nous avons félicité Julian Alfred. Pour ça, il a fait cette liste. Parce que ça, il a fait cette liste. Tout le monde dans cette liste a sorti un tchèo. Imaginez si nous avons comme Julian Alfred, comme Naomi London, comme Sheldon Emmanuel, et là, nous avons un Charlotte. Comme ça, nous avons supporté ça, avec nous avons gardé pour le développement en constituency Vieux-Fort-Neuf même. Parce qu'avant moi, je me dis, M. Speaker, là, M. Chonet, non, membre parlement d'Henry North, t'es ministre sport. Presque tout Grounds Bowl, au lieu de payer cette ici, Lord Moa, Widita, Kabay, tout quand c'est bagarre vert avec blé, Mr. Speaker. Mais là, l'autre gouvernement venu, il a croisé ça. À présent, c'est un Grounds Bowl en Vieux-Fort-Neuf, Grounds Bowl Guasla, il a fait, avec nous, qu'a fait effort, à nous-mêmes en Vieux-Fort-Neuf, pour faire l'autre monde nettoyer les autres là. Programme ça là, je vais regarder qu'il y a plus support. Comme ça, toutes ces Grounds Bowl là, qu'il y a assistance. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support the motion.
Mr. Deputy Speaker and the member for Vieux-Fort South.
Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, I feel more comfortable if you say the member for Vieux-Fort South. Mr. Speaker, by all accounts, this is a sizable sum of money, $80 million. And the bank, First National Bank, Mr. Speaker, really has to be congratulated for making this significant sum of money available for expenditure in youth and sports infrastructure at an interest rate of 4%. And I guess it does tell a story about the state of the financial markets, that we're now in an era when the rates of interest for borrowers in particular are attractive. All accounts, 4% is remarkable. And the receiving organization need to be complimented as well for successfully negotiating at those rates. But Mr. Speaker, what aroused my curiosity was the statement by the Minister of Finance indicating where some of that money will go. Pointed out as number one, the Darren Sammy grounds needed for Cricket World Cup. Then also a tranche goes to the Grosley playing field. And then he targeted the upgrade of the Mindu Phillip Park as a third major project. So I saw him hovering up in the north, and I kept on saying to myself, I wonder when is he going to start to hover south? But alas, he ended his contribution without taking flight or hovering in the south. And Mr. Speaker, this is really my point of departure. There is no way that the projects identified by the Minister of Finance could conceivably cost $80 million. So once that expenditure is completed on these three major projects, there's bound to be a significant amount of money left behind. And the question is, where is that money going to be spent and who are going to be the beneficiaries? I didn't hear Beaufort South. I did not hear Beaufort South, Mr. Speaker. And I am certain that the young people in Beaufort South, the sportsmen and women of Beaufort South, hearing this debate and hearing this sum of money, will not be complimentary if their parliamentary representative did not raise the issue of their plight. Mr. Speaker, I have made the point before that the one constituency that was singularly affected by Storm Brett was Beaufort South. We lost the roofs of two of our schools, lost the roof of a preschool, a few private buildings were damaged, and our major sporting infrastructure, the roof of the Philip Marsling ground was torn asunder. It's now well over a year, and repairs have not been conducted to the Philip Marsling grounds. We suffered the indignity, Mr. Speaker, of several schools holding their athletic competitions on those grounds because that's the only place they have to go. They can't hardly ever go now at the George Odlum Stadium. And they had, of course, to do so in an environment in which they could not occupy the Darren Sammy ground because of the torn roof. But what is bothersome is the silence that no one is saying when that roof will be repaired or when will this problem ease. And in the next few days, Mr. Speaker, I'm supposed to open the elderly games in that very same ground. And it bothers me, Mr. Speaker, that I have to officiate at a ceremony to do the welcome to the athletes and the participants, and again to be doing so in a pavilion without a roof. I will be gentle, Mr. Speaker, I will be benign, because I'm aware that the estimates of revenue and expenditure will be presented in the next couple of days. I am sorry that the Minister of Sports is not here, because I would have loved to hear from him, and I want to find out what is in his radar for Beaufort South. Because I know Beaufort South, for some reason or the other, has not been on his radar the last 3 years. So it has to be that Beaufort South will be on his radar this year. And woe be unto him, because as you rightly said a while ago, I'm supposed to occupy the chair of the Deputy Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, you would know that when you occupy the chair of Deputy Speaker, you have a license to ask questions others might not want to ask. You would also know, Mr. Speaker, that I will bring my own character, my own style to the chair. Even if I may emulate you from time to time, but you have to expect there'll be departures. After all, the rules of accountability have to change, have to be redesigned. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope for his own sake that if he's in the island and he comes to Parliament next week, he can speak with a clarity about his program of sports development for Beaufort South. Because nothing has happened in the last 3 years, and I'm concerned about the roof of the facility. It's too long. But there's also a project we have spoken about for a very long time, and that is the upgrading of the playing field next to the Beanfield Secondary School and the primary school to facilitate and accommodate the training of the students of both schools. The wish to create a specialized field devoted exclusively to the students so that they are not compromised that because they cannot use the Philip Master ground. And I would love to hear from him as to what plans he has and whether finally we're going to see the light of day. Now, obviously, Mr. Speaker, the statements I'm making should suggest to you, sir, that I intend to monitor the expenditure of the national lotteries closely and see where they deploy these funds. Which now brings me on to my second point. You know, Mr. Speaker, a lot of these agencies don't know how to deal with constituencies and don't know how to relate to parliamentary representatives. It's an issue I have repeatedly complained about. And Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that the National Lotteries Association, who has been trusted by the government of St. Lucia to undertake such monumental work in the various constituencies in this island, would also clarify in good time the exact procedures which will be employed to access those funds to ensure that that community infrastructure is put into place. Because this haphazard way of doing things that you suddenly get a call that X is happening, Y is happening, is unacceptable. I don't tolerate it, and I will repudiate it. So I would hope that very early they can say to me that of the 80 million that they have received by the authority vested in the Parliament of St. Lucia, 5 million, 8 million, 10 million will be allocated to Beaufort South. And this is how the money is to be accessed. Woe be unto them, Mr. Speaker. Woe be unto them. And my patience is running thin. If in the next few months, what has to be done in Beaufort South to alleviate the plight of the young people in Beaufort South is not done. Now, Mr. Speaker, I listened intently, of course, to the presentations of honorable members. course, quite rightly praising the young people and welcoming the massive investment and so on. And it's always interesting to listen to the member for Beaufort North. Sometimes I think he's schizophrenic, Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. He has a problem deciding whether he's a Beaufortian or is a Bellevue man. He don't know exactly where the polls lie. Or VJ man, whatever the case is. And today is a classic example. He praises the young people of Bellevue quite rightly, and I want to tell him that I too am lending support to parents of Naomi London for the celebration they'll have. So I do assist you in your constituency. And then, of course, he certainly remembers the outstanding performance. You heard me? Yeah, you better relate to him what I have said. So he's heard about the outstanding performance of Beaufort Comprehensive School, and then he suddenly started to speak of we. Of we. And that explains the depth of his problem. But that's not my point. My point is that for a community that has defined sporting activity in this country, it is amazing that the investment that it needs is not always forthcoming. And that is why I am very interested in finding out what is going to be done with this 80 million. And I'm hoping that it will touch Beaufort South and make a difference to the community of Beaufort South. Of course, once the National Lotteries is handling this expenditure, it means the bureaucracy that is often involved and entailed in accessing funds from ministries and so on will be minimized and eased. And so I am hoping that the projects will be conceptualized very quickly, and once conceptualized, implemented as quickly as possible. So, Mr. Speaker, this is really just a plea that some of those funds reach the young people of Beaufort South and their facilities are repaired. That goes, of course, as I said, to the Philip Marsling grounds. It goes, of course, to the other sporting facilities, like, for example, the basketball court, etc., all which have fallen into disrepair in the last few years. I say no more, Mr. Speaker, but I shall be watching and observing very carefully. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Eco South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's two tales to this story. And I'm contemplating which end to start with first. So let me maybe start with the Kumala that we're all having, so I can join in to say I too welcome any investment that we're going to do in the field of sport. Again, like what I said in tourism, Mr. Speaker, I welcome now that this enthusiasm and all of a sudden this resurgence on this need to invest in quality playing facilities by the government. Because while I was in government, Mr. Speaker, I was wondering for a moment, when we were putting in AstroTurf facilities, putting down world-class tracks, improving the quality of sports in this country, you would have thought that we were committing the biggest sin. I'm still hearing it today. So I'm not understanding this I think the member from Viewfort South spoke about this confusing personalities. So on one hand, we're here today to come and approve $80 million. But on the other hand, when we were spending $33 million, it was bad. That you're going to put down AstroTurf facilities in Miku, in Dennery with lights. That you're going to put down facilities in Dennery. That we forgot about the Groselet Sports Academy. We forgot about the lights throughout the length and the breadth of this country. And I am ecstatic at the Champions Tournament, because it's always been our aspiration that sports must be in the community, that we must bring sports to an organized level to be the equivalent of what we have seen on the Aquatic Center, Mr. Speaker. That is the example of clubs, of being able to have one swimming facility with 6, 7 clubs, primary, secondary, and at the primary level, 3 levels, beginners, intermediate, and advanced. And the idea, Mr. Speaker, that it's competition that is going to create excellence. And every time that they were bringing international teams from abroad at the Aquatic Center, the 6 or 7 clubs now could create 3 teams of the best of the best. Want to see it with basketball, and we said, where do we need to begin? Because I think it's accepted around this table that is with the best interest of all of us, given our resources, we have to choose which sporting disciplines we want to go to. And again, I welcome the debate. In our government, we said the disciplines that we want to support are the disciplines that are gender neutral, boys and girls. A discipline that offers the greatest opportunity for scholarships, and that happens to be in the States. And thirdly, a discipline that offers young people who succeed at an international level the opportunity to go professional. And I think without a lot of discourse, we can have it, that football is the #1 sport. Boys and girls, scholarships at Division I, Division II, Division III, and the most professional leagues around the world. Huge opportunity for young people. And if you're going to build a football field, it's obvious that you should build a track. And again, track is what? Gender neutral. Lots of scholarships at multiple divisions in the United States of America, and a lot of professional leagues. Whether it's basketball, whether it's volleyball, we have to choose those, and we have seen success in swimming. So I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, like what some of the members have said here, that the $80 million is going to be spent with some level of thought and strategy, and to appreciate how expensive this money is. Because one thing to consider for a moment, that it's a 15-year loan at 4%, may be easy to fool ourselves that this is cheap money. This is expensive money. There's also something that we must do ourselves, if we're going to be honest with each other. The Darren Sammy Stadium. How much is a sufficient amount of revenue that the stadium ought to generate in its own upkeep? And I put it, the word we, collective, over the years. If we have not been able to find that formula as to how we can utilize that facility, because again, that was a big part of World Cup cricket the first time around, is not to build these monstrosities and that there was some life after them that they would be able to generate revenue. So where did we get it wrong? How come we're not able to generate sufficient revenue at the Darren Sammy Stadium to do so? And hopefully, if we're going to be making improvements to the facility, it is with that in mind, that we're trying to improve the sustainability, the viability, so we don't have to keep having good money chase more good money. Meaning that the facility can generate some level of resources for its own maintenance. So, Mr. Speaker, sports is very important. and holding ourselves accountable is equally important. So, Mr. Speaker, let me get to the flip side of this discussion. The member from Castries East in his presentation, and again I want to say, I pointed out that trust is important. So the first presentation of the House, I questioned the truthfulness in the information. I leave it to the public to determine for themselves the truthfulness about the Deputy Speaker and what really transpired and what the intentions of the government are. And I'm going to speak today again about the truthfulness of this presentation. Because the truthfulness of this presentation is that we're seeing history repeat itself again. The member from Castries East and some of the other members alluded to it. Darren Sammy Stadium. That we borrowed money for Darren Sammy Stadium. To build Darren Sammy Stadium. And the assumptions that were made in that loan did not manifest themselves. In fact, the Bank of Nova Scotia came very close, Mr. Speaker, to foreclosing on that loan. And what happened, Mr. Speaker? Republic Bank. Almost foreclosed on it. And what happened, Mr. Speaker? Is a contract was signed with the then lottery from Canada, where they were given the rights to do a lottery in St. Lucia, and the money that the lottery was collecting, they gave the guarantee to pay the loan. In fact, so much so, Mr. Speaker, what happened is that the NLA was left with a subvention of about $25,000 a month, Mr. Speaker, of all the money it was earning. And therefore, the NLA and what it was intended to do to be able to help the young people of this country could not do so because it had inadequate resources. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it is when the deal with Cage came in, and that was renegotiated, Mr. Speaker, and Cage ended up taking over the guarantee of the loan to bring in the slot machine. Some persons here who said over their dead body, but I still see them alive today, Mr. Speaker, said the lottery ended up increasing its revenue to somewhere between $400,000 and $600,000 a month. Now, Mr. Speaker, here's where now the purpose of the debate in Parliament is important. The question that was not asked and not even brought up by anyone is the NLA in a position to service this loan? Or do we see that history is about to repeat itself again? I also want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that, and maybe I'm confused as to what the member from Castries East said. Is it the chicken or the egg? Is it a contingent liability because we have the loan? Or is it that the NLA could not take this loan by itself? And therefore, in not being able to service the loan by itself, that it had to obtain a government guarantee. And getting that government guarantee, Mr. Speaker, is what created now a contingent liability. And for the edification of the general public, what does a contingent liability mean? It means that this is a liability on the books of the government of St. Lucia. This is debt that the government of St. Lucia now must put down. So our debt to GDP has now increased by $80 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've tried to get the more current numbers from the NLA. I'm very happy that the Minister of Sports is here, and I'm very happy, and I deliberately wanted to speak before him because I certainly wanted to be able to hear the answer. I wanted to hear the answer because I can't imagine, Mr. Speaker, that he would have come all this way to say nothing. So No, he came from his sick bed. He came from his sick bed, according to the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, you made an excuse for the gentleman, Mr. Speaker. Oh, okay. You didn't say he was sick. No problem. Oh, the Prime Minister did. My apologies. My apologies. No. So, when we left office, I knew that the NLA was making somewhere between $600,000 and $800,000 a month. If we take this loan, Mr. Speaker, for simple math, it says $3.5 million biannually, which means it's $7 million per year, which means we're talking about how much money, Mr. Speaker? Just under 600 and something thousand dollars a month. And I have been informed, I don't know, so let me put that on the table, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the evidence to support it, but I've been informed that the revenue at the NLA has decreased. So the question is, here it is on one hand, the schizophrenia is that we're going to celebrate the youth. We have an entity called the NLA, whose main and prime objective in setting it up was monies to be able to go to the youth. Scholarships, sports, etc. We see a loan being taken, and according to what has been told, and I very much support what some of the members in this House have said, that maybe there needs to be a greater spread of that wealth around the country. And if the NLA is supposed to pay that money back and there's not an emphasis as to where that money is going to be generated, it's worrisome. And I know that certainly when I was the Minister of Finance, that we went out of our way to make sure that 1/3 of the monies that we were obtaining from the Taiwanese, which was about $12 million US a year, 1/3 of that every year was being spent on sports development. And remember, that is monies that we're getting that are grant. So this loan has a multiple impact. One, it increases the amount of debt that the country has. Two, if in fact due diligence has not been done, or maybe it has been done on the NLA, and maybe the members knew before they came to this House the reason why the guarantee was being given. And so to put off the table that the government may have to come in and find resources to pay off this loan is not an unreasonable question to ask. It's not unreasonable, because we've seen it happen before. We saw it happen with the Darren Sammy Stadium. So this schizophrenia that was being referred to is how, on one hand, when one government is in office and is trying to do things to develop sports, that can be perceived as being a bad thing. The members have been in government for 3 years and continue to threaten to bring all kinds of things to expose how illegal the things were. I even listened to my very good colleague from Castries Southeast, the same gentleman who was involved in the scandal, the minister's account scandal from the NLA, who received monies, was paid monies through his company to build a changing room facility for $550,000, has the audacity, Mr. Speaker, to come to this House and want to talk about what? Accountability and transparency? Really? That's what he wants to come in and convince us in this House, Mr. Speaker? The same issue where members on the opposite side want to try to do what they've done all day today, is every time that you are hitting a nerve is to deflect and not take account for what their actions were, Mr. Speaker. This idea of the minister's account was what? Funds that were coming into the NLA that were being assigned by the board to allow the minister to make the payments on his own. The NLA does not have that authority. The entity that's in charge of and the custodian of the NLA money is the NLA board. Maybe one of the good things that's coming out of this is that there is no money to put into a minister's account if that was to reoccur. because clearly there's a problem. But maybe, Mr. Speaker, by chance, that the economy is doing so well and that people have more disposable income in their hands and the lotteries are actually doing better than they were ever before. And there's a significant amount of new revenue that's being generated, and I have it all wrong. But somehow, Mr. Speaker, I doubt that's the case. Because this loan speaks to almost $600,000 a month of revenue. $600,000 a month, Mr. Speaker, to pay this loan. That is why the NLA had to get a government guarantee. That is why. And it's because this government is giving the NLA a guarantee that it has become a contingent liability. Because I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, if in fact the NLA could have paid for this loan by itself and the bank felt comfortable that the NLA could do so because it has its own revenue stream, Mr. Speaker, it earns its own money, very easy for it to have done that. If in fact it had taken the loan and did not need a government guarantee, would this be a contingent liability to the state? The answer is no. And this is why I'm speaking, Mr. Speaker. When we come to this House, and it's happening way too often, that the members on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, are continuing. Mr. Speaker, I am so accustomed to that. You know, Mr. Speaker, even when we had a session before on the CDB loan, if I had spoken, all those people who had chosen not to speak would speak. So I'm accustomed to that. And then guess what, Mr. Speaker? If the members on the opposite side, because what I've said, are prepared to speak, then I have done my job. It is my responsibility, Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the opposition, to ask those questions, the questions that they themselves have not been willing to answer. That is what we call democracy. And at the end of the day, it's not about running, it's not whether I'm here or not. It's answering to the people, not to me. You owe me nothing. You owe me nothing. You owe, as you all said, you all owe me, Alan Chasney, nothing. At the end of the day, you are accountable to the people. And I'm simply, Mr. Speaker, providing some of the questions that have not been addressed and need to be addressed. No, that was your responsibility when you were in opposition. All I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, we have to be able to stop speaking with forked tongues. At the end of the day, both political parties have had significant youth movements. Both political parties have embraced this development of sports. Both political parties should appreciate, Mr. Speaker, how talented our people are, and that we need to develop a level of competition in our country that does not allow them or cause them to have to leave this country to become better. And I am looking forward to the day when we have the athletes that can go through the entire system. So if you take a Usain Bolt, Mr. Speaker, and see that he all of a sudden went from high school, from junior school to high school, and that his coach in high school, Mr. Speaker, was his coach professionally, that is when you know that you have a sporting discipline in which you are world class. Mr. Speaker, before I sit, I want to address that because it's something that continuously comes up. It's so ridiculous that I have tried my best to ignore it. At the end of the day, the entity that was giving Julian Alfred, and I hate bringing this up because I don't want in any way for it to be overly politicized, was the NLA. So when I hear members on the other side say that the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance stopped her allocation, total rubbish. You have an NLA board, it was a decision being made by NLA, and the minister at the time, who was the Minister of Sports, knew that he was taking some of the money that was allocated under the minister's account. And the issue was the governance of the minister's account, not anything else. The fact is that he did not have the authority to do that. That was funds under the NLA, and the NLA board should have never set aside monies, and to allow him to decide what projects, to pick which contractors. Some of them were sitting in this House, Mr. Speaker, who benefited from that, who were running in government at the time, Mr. Speaker, and want to run away from that and all of a sudden want to point fingers at other people, Mr. Speaker. Let us fix the system. If in fact he thinks that something went wrong with the Bexon Community Center, remedy it. Get it fixed. Don't come to this house and pretend and only tell people half the story, because that is what is happening in this house too often, Mr. Speaker. Half the truth, not the full truth. So at the end of the day, I want to know, is this loan going to significantly deplete the programs the NLA has? And what is the intention of the government to remedy that problem? And I also agree with what some of the members said here in this house, that $80 million is a lot of money. That's a lot of sporting facilities. And I'm certainly hoping, like the member from Beaufort South, that we're going to see the wealth spread, because young people live everywhere in this country. And so hopefully you have a program. I don't expect $80 million to solve all the problems, Mr. Speaker. By far, it's not going to. But certainly there needs to be a greater level of transparency. The transparency not only in how the money is being spent, Mr. Speaker, but the transparency on what is the strategy that we have. And to convince the general public and young people in particular that this is not hopshot. This is not politicians sitting at a table trying to decide who is going to get what. And that there's a clear strategy and a commitment to sports and disciplines in this country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the Prime Minister. I've listened to many of the people speak. I'm looking forward to listening to the Minister of Sport speak. I certainly did not hear any of the things that I've brought up being addressed. And I'm hoping now that I've brought them to your attention, that they will do the right thing and account for the $80 million. To be able to now admit that the NLA by itself, Mr. Speaker, is not in a financial capability of taking on this loan, and that if it was not for the government guarantee, we would not have to have a contingent liability, and that this is now going to increase the debt of this country. $200 million from the Saudis, $100 million that we got from CDB, $100 million we just got today, Mr. Speaker, another $80 million. I can go back to the African bank loan, development bank loan, and I can go back to so many things to show that this government has borrowed in excess of $700 million, and we have very little to show for it, Mr. Speaker. And I am concerned with what is transpiring, and I'm hoping again that this government, when they come to make presentations, that they're going to be substantially more transparent and truthful to the public of St. Lucia. I thank you.
Sit down there, Bradley, use it.
Member for Dennery North.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, they tried to arrest me. They paid a Barbadian lawyer in excess of $200,000 to investigate me and the National Lottery Authority.
That's true.
And guess what, Mr. Speaker? After the votes were counted in Dennery North after the last general elections, I increased my margin. And the foolishness and stupidness of ministers' account.
Yes.
As I said when I was in opposition, I will repeat today. The day you can come with evidence where $1 at the NLA was used and was not used in conformity with the act that governs the NLA, where it states that the money must be used for youth development and sports, come and get me. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, to express continued get-well wishes to the MP for Babono, who's not here with us today, the Honorable Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot, who I'm sure is listening, and I'm sure if she was here today, Mr. Speaker, in her own unique style, she would have made a very passionate contribution to the matter that is before the Parliament today. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the motion to secure $80 million for the National Lotteries Authority to help bolster and improve sporting infrastructure in this country, in particular the Darren Sammy Stadium ahead of the ICC Cricket World Cup. Mr. Speaker, $80 million being borrowed for the sports fraternity is yet another demonstration of our government's conviction that sport is a viable vehicle
for which the human potential can be realized. Mr. Speaker, the record of the St. Lucia Labour Party in the realm of sports development is one that I am proud of, and one I can identify with, and one, Mr. Speaker, I will continue to associate with. But before I go into the substantive part of my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond to some of the utterances that came from the other side, the member for Choiseul and the member for Micoud South. Mr. Speaker, the member for Choiseul assumes a posture and a demeanor in the House that if you've not been here for long enough, you will believe that he means no harm, he is objective, and he supports what the government puts forward. But Mr. Speaker, with his quiet demeanor, there is a nastiness that characterizes his disposition in the House. When he spoke, Mr. Speaker, he said or intimated that the St. Lucia Labour Party, whilst in opposition, chided the UWP for investments made at the time on the Soufrière Stadium. Mr. Speaker, I was on the other side of this parliamentary divide when the Larissos playing field had been completed. And Mr. Speaker, from the bills of quantities to the receipts were brought to this parliament to try and ridicule me and make it seem as if I had engaged in acts of illegality by simply, as the minister responsible for sports, ensuring that monies from the NLA and the Ministry of Sports went into Denrinov to develop a facility for the children and grandchildren of people who had toiled diligently on the banana fields of this country to bring in millions of dollars in the form of revenue to pay public servants and to develop infrastructure. And just for developing the Larissos playing field, I was called all kinds of names. You've heard about the minister's account. It did not stick during the campaign, and I will not even dignify some of the accusations that have been leveled at me, Mr. Speaker, with a response. I will say, as I would have said before, all you need to do is to find the date at the bank when the account was established. And you will find, Mr. Speaker, that corresponding with the date when the account was established, I was an information technology teacher at the Denry-based Clendon Mason Memorial Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, and it is very hard to have a very objective parliamentary exchange with an individual, Mr. Speaker, who appears to have no shame. Because, Mr. Speaker, the member tried to make the House believe that there was an account where the then Minister of Sports could have made payments on his own. Mr. Speaker, if you take that to the kindergarten students at the Old York Combined School, they would laugh at you. But this is what political desperation does. And the member has had a very miserable day. Because from the moment he set foot in this chamber, he came to create mayhem and mischief and thought that he could have thrown the government off its feet with the whole election of a deputy speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, foolishly, he took to the media, he wrote to whoever he had to write to, and he threatened that today he was going to have his day in Parliament and throw the government off. But he was served a curveball. And you should have seen the expression on his face across the table, Mr. Speaker, when the member for Beaufort South was elected deputy speaker. So that explains why we've seen all the incoherence. And I've never seen presentations so flat and so devoid of substance than what has come from him today. And he wants to, Mr. Speaker, resurrect talk about minister's account 2 days after we stage one of the most successful sporting events in this country. And Mr. Speaker, I will add my voice to that of my colleagues who spoke glowingly about the hosting of champs in Soufrière on Sunday. And Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by congratulating the member for Grosile and Minister for Youth Development and Sports. I want to congratulate him and his team, Mr. Speaker. And we were on the field together from morning, Mr. Speaker, and I could have seen the confidence with which he was striding across the turf, walking through the stands. A man was well pleased with something he had invested so much time in. Mr. Speaker, I want to also place on the record my gratitude to the many principals and teachers who went to Soufrière on Sunday to ensure that this event turned out to be the success that it was. Mr. Speaker, very importantly, very, very importantly, the physical education teachers at our various secondary schools must be commended for making the sacrifice on a weekend to be there with their students, to motivate the students, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure that the meet was a successful one. The fire service must be commended for being on hand to provide support, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know oftentimes we speak about young people being deviant and not wanting to conform to the school rules and even the rules of society. But today, Mr. Speaker, I want to place on the parliamentary record how grateful I am to the thousands of school children who went to Soufrière to support their classmates and their schools. Mr. Speaker, save and except for one minor skirmish at the end of the meet, our students were exemplary in terms of how they behave at the meet. Mr. Speaker, the sponsors, and I'm sure the Minister will speak glowingly about First National Bank, for injecting $100,000 into the event. And it would be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, not to single out for special mention the acting assistant superintendent of police responsible for the Soufrière police station in the person of Kimroy Rennie, Mr. Speaker, for the manner in which he marshaled his troops. Mr. Speaker, his was a very serious demeanor. Mr. Speaker, he did not leave anything to chance, and he was very thorough with his men and women in ensuring that the activity was properly policed and that, Mr. Speaker, we had an incident-free meet. Mr. Speaker, I made it my business to stay back long after the meet came to an end. And I drove through the streets of Soufrière just to ensure that students who should have been on their way home were not congregating in isolated areas on their own volition. But instead, Mr. Speaker, an hour and 15 minutes thereabout after the meet was completed, we could not have found a single child on the streets of Soufrière. They had to hop onto their buses and made their way homes. We made calls late into the evening, and the majority of teachers and principals with whom I spoke, Mr. Speaker, confirmed that the students got to their homes on time. So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister must be commended. Ours is a government with vision. But going back to the member for Shrewsbury, Mr. Speaker, he spoke about the Lafargue playing field and how works on the Lafargue playing field was stopped. Let me tell you what was stopped. Let me tell you what was stopped when the United Workers' Party administration came out with their Belarus doctrine.
My apologies, Member for Shrewsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order because the member is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, the member said that I indicated in my contribution that work on the Lafargue field was stopped. I have never made such a statement, and the member needs to retract it. Thank you.
Member for Dennery North, from my recollection, that statement was not made, so you just...
Mr. Speaker, the statement is withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, but things have been stopped. And if not at the Lafargue playing field, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that in Dennery North, when I was the minister responsible for youth development and sports, we had a cricket program being run for the young people of that constituency. But consistent with the United Workers' Party doctrine, Mr. Speaker, of opposition members not having a voice, the cricket program that was being run for the young people of Dennery North was stopped. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Not because the program wasn't necessary, you know, but because the MP for Dennery North belonged to the St. Lucia Labour Party. The volleyball program which we instituted in Dennery North, where one of the most celebrated national volleyball coaches in this country, Mr. Dennis Sinclair, Mr. Speaker, used to travel on afternoons to expose the young people of Dennery North to the rudiments of volleyball, Mr. Speaker, because their parents, on election day in the majority, went into the 5 polling divisions of Dennery North to vote for me in the majority and retain me as parliamentary rep. The young volleyballers, Mr. Speaker, had to suffer the fate of seeing their program cut short. The netballers in Dennery North suffered the same fate. And even a sympathizer of the United Workers' Party in the constituency who was running a fitness program, Mr. Speaker, again, because the program was being executed in Dennery North, and the people of Dennery North decided that they were going to vote for Sean Edward and not the other candidate, that program was stopped and cut short. So when the member comes in here and gives the impression, Mr. Speaker, that he is objective and he wants to speak about national development in a way that is all-encompassing, Mr. Speaker, that is predicated on hypocrisy. And I do not believe the member is genuine with those utterances. Our record in terms of sports development in this country, Mr. Speaker, is second to none. I recall, Mr. Speaker, during the last Labour Party administration, we instituted a program known as the Playing Field Maintenance Program, where every morning in St. Lucia, approximately 100 people were leaving home and they were going to work, Mr. Speaker, not to take their place in a factory or in an office, but they were going to look after the playing facilities of this country. And Mr. Speaker, you know what we inherited prior to 2011? The majority of playing fields in this country were abandoned. How do you expect sports to thrive if you are not prepared to invest in the same facilities that would cause young people to come forward and give expression to their talent? So when our government comes, Mr. Speaker, and we are guaranteeing $80 million for sports infrastructural upgrade, Mr. Speaker, this is a motion and a position that will always receive the support of the member for Denrinoff. The leader of the opposition made it seem as if there was a problem with guaranteeing monies for the National Lotteries Authority. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that a government has come here to guarantee monies for a statutory entity. We've done it for SLASPA. We've done it for SLASPA before. We've done it for so many other entities. And then he questions the ability of the National Lotteries Authority to repay the money. Mr. Speaker, I am not aware of any instance where the St. Lucia National Lotteries Authority was called upon to service its debt and for the Lotteries Authority to have defaulted. Mr. Speaker, I believe that St. Lucia is on an upward trajectory in terms of the performances of our athletes and how they give recognition to our country. And with this minister responsible for youth development and sports, given the commitment and the passion that he brings, Mr. Speaker, to his office, I am extremely encouraged that St. Lucia will be this place where young budding athletes, Mr. Speaker, will be encouraged and opportunities will be created for them. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about the playing field at Lafargue. Mr. Speaker, do you know that between 2011 and 2016, after the Larry Sus playing field was upgraded, for 5 years of UWP rule, absolutely no maintenance intervention at the Larry Sus playing field. But they speak about securing monies from the Taiwanese. They speak about investing in sports. But Mr. Speaker, you cannot be serious about sports development if your interventions are going to be specific to constituencies that are aligned to your party. And for 5 years, there were 6 of us in opposition. Not a single penny, Mr. Speaker, came our way as duly elected parliamentary representatives to make any intervention on any sporting facility in our respective constituencies. So when you hear out of convenience that the member for Choiseul and the member for Micoud South want to stand here and posture, Mr. Speaker, and make it seem as if they've done so much for sport, Mr. Speaker, we have to be on our guard. Ours is a government that believes in the holistic development of the children. Ours is a government based on evidence, Mr. Speaker, that programs for young people in this country, irrespective of where in St. Lucia you are from. Ours is a government that will make the intervention at the school level and all other levels, Mr. Speaker, not taking into consideration that you are from a constituency that was sympathetic to the United Workers' Party. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more I want to say about sports development and how our government is on the right path. But I am also aware, Mr. Speaker, that the budget debate starts in a few days' time, and a lot of the pronouncements I would love to make here this afternoon, I think it would be best that I reserve them for next week, when, Mr. Speaker, we will have a full house, as we say, and the talking points and the sound bites will resonate with the right people in the right places at the right time. So, Mr. Speaker, with this brief contribution, I wholeheartedly endorse and support the motion to guarantee a loan of approximately $80 million for sporting infrastructural upgrades in this country.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Caucus South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for the motion before us. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition said a lot, and then he walked out as usual. Mr. Speaker, it really tells you, and this afternoon we notice it, the character of the Leader of the Opposition, because you are in a debate with colleagues, and then you sense you're losing the debate and you start to get personal and start accusing honorable members of stale tales, accusations that have been long debunked, and as the member from Denver North said, of all the things they said about him, he increased his majority. To show that those very accusations had no validity and in no way represented the actions of the honorable member. But I wish he had remained so we could have really engaged in the debate that he said he wanted. So he said he doesn't mind a debate. But I noticed his colleague, the member for Strozel, Saltibus, has remained. So you will carry the stories to him. He will hate on the TV. Well, I would still ask you to carry it to him. Because, Mr. Speaker, the member for Miku South does not understand sports. And I will say without any fear of contradiction, the worst thing that happened for sporting development in St. Lucia was the laying of those astroturfs throughout our communities. The worst thing. And I am sure, honorable member from Strozel Saltibus, you would never have allowed them to put astroturf at Lafag. Never. Because you know why it would be such an unadvisable act. Simple, Mr. Speaker. Simple. And I first experienced it, although we had spoken about it during the debate in this house. I went to Soufre, Journée-Créole. By 9 o'clock, it was almost unbearable to be at that mini stadium because of the heat from the AstroTurf. I was again in Soufre for the Independence Parade, and persons could tell you, you could literally smell the rubber, and it was barely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Barely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Athletes will tell you that they cannot really use it until nightfall when the sun has started to set because of the heat that is generated. How can you boast that you did such a magnificent thing? How can you compare what you did with what we're doing now? Explain that to me. And more so, you kill cricket in so many communities. For some reason, the member from Miku South believed that you can play cricket on AstroTurf. Think about that. But I know where he got it from. I know where he got it from. In an earlier life, the individual that was contracted by the last Gordon, Mr. Don Lockerbie, actually tried to convince the ICC that we can play cricket on AstroTurf. I sat in that meeting. I was CEO of Western Cricket Board then. The same individual. We've worked before, so I know him. And in typical style, the leader of the opposition, a member of Miku South, who is easily fooled, was convinced that you can play cricket on AstroTurf. So he saw nothing wrong in putting AstroTurf in Soufre, where they played cricket, they played football, they put a 400-meter track when track season came, and all sports coexisted. Right now, there's no cricket in Soufrière, one of the bastions of cricket in this country. There's no cricket in Soufrière. The Miku playing field, there's no cricket at the Miku playing field. None, because of that facility that was put there. How can you tell me you understand sports, you care about sports, and you want to boast of your outstanding contribution to sports in St. Lucia, and that achievement is reflected in 4 AstroTurfs? Seriously? I mean, the member from Choiseul told us, I tell you, and he would not say it, he would never allow that to be laid in Choiseul, never, because he knows exactly how unadvisable this is. But let's also move further. He's accusing everyone, but Don Lockerbie is his friend, his very good friend. So he gave his friend a contract for $42 million to lay down 4 tracks. 4 tracks. I'm not going to accuse him of anything like he did to the honorable members. I'm not going to do that. I think everybody can assume for themselves how such an illogical act can be, pursued, and why would you do so? 4 AstroTurf. And in fact, the one in Soufrière, we heard the member from Grosley explain to us, it cannot even be certified for track and field. It cannot even be. But he boasts he understands sports, and he's done so much for sports in St. Lucia. There was no? Mr. Speaker, I will not doubt the good intention. But I'll tell you, and the member from Caucus has answered it, so I don't even need to repeat it for you. I'm not doubting any good intention, but I know there were a lot of evil practices that came with the good intentions. But Mr. Speaker, then he speaks about different sports and why he had to put the AstroTurf because of track and field and scholarships and soccer. I have said it before, it's my opinion, and if that is his plan, and I'll repeat it, there are 2 sports I maintain St. Lucia is world-class in. 2 sports that we're world-class in. Track and field and cricket. A 15-year-old in St. Lucia can be world-class. A 17-year-old can be world-class. The last, before this under-19 captain, the last 2 under-19 captains of the West Indies cricket team that went to the World Cup were St. Lucians. We are world-class at youth level in cricket. And in track and field, Julian Alfred at 16, 17, 18, world-class. Unfortunately, football might be the most popular sport. It has the greatest participation, but you don't find 18, 19, 20-year-olds in St. Lucia that are world-class. That's the truth. But you can find an 18-year-old and 19-year-old in St. Lucia in cricket, track and field that are world-class. So if you're going to speak about which sport you should promote, it cannot be to establish AstroTurfs that kills cricket. That kills cricket. Because that's where you've had the most success internationally. Very soon, Julian Alfred might surpass the achievements of Darren Sammy. But on the world scene, a sport that is viewed by almost 2 billion people, almost 3 billion people, we've had a captain who's won 2 world trophies, 2 World Cups. We have had that. So tell me how you want to argue with us. We don't know about sports on this side. But the 2 persons he had on his side, free, who advised him on sports was Spider Montoot, Estefan, and Fortuna Belrose. So he had 3 of them. We have 1 Kenson, and we're making better decisions. Then he speaks about the monies and why you borrowing for national lottery, and isn't that contingent liability, on the books, and he goes on and on. And the member from Denwin just answered, the HIA redevelopment was guaranteed in this house. The largest infrastructural project in the history of St. Lucia was a contingent liability. And don't let us go now into exactly what they did with that project. I keep asking the member from Caucus, the Prime Minister, let us have a debate in this House on the HIA. He says to be patient, to be patient. So I'm going to be patient. But earlier today, the member from Caucus is explained to the nation that how can he continue for a project where the interest rate is 5%, you have to top it up with an 8% project fee, that's 13%. Now that 8% is on top of the contractual cost of doing a particular piece of work. So if for some reason the contractor has engaged somebody to do a steel frame, it costs 10 million, they automatically get 8% on the 10 million. And then the loan is another 5%. And then the Minister of Caucus also pointed out that the loan is tied to a contractor that the same member from Mico South directed Slasper to give the contract. And he wants to accuse members here of a playing field, a changing room on a playing field that costed $100,000 and suggesting that something so, wrong was done and something so corrupt was done when he awarded a contract that was worth over $100 million without tender, without a bill of sale, without bill of quantities. Think about that. This is a member, and I want you to tell him that. Ask him, Honorable Member, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, how it is that he has the guts. How does he have that character where he can stand in this house and label and criticize a member for getting a contract to build a changing room that costs $100,000, but he can award a contract by directing Slasper to give it to a particular firm, a contract that's worth over $100 million without a bill of quantities, without any tender. How can you do this? How does he feel comfortable sitting next to you and be doing such? I know that's what I meant. It's not, that's what I meant. You explain that to me. But he doesn't stay there for us to point out those things to him, for him to answer. So he leaves. He speaks about national lotteries unable to pay and the history of national lotteries. Mr. Speaker, does he want us to open the history and start bringing letters before this honorable house about his dealings and his commitments he made to Cage? Mr. Speaker, I am not going to venture along that road today. At the right time, I'm sure, the responsible authorities will deal with it. But suffice it to say, on the eve of elections, on the eve of an election, Cage was given an undertaking by a former minister where they will pay no duties, no VAT, no tax on anything. Something they did not have the authority to do. Only this parliament can waive the payment of VAT on the eve of an election. On the eve of an election, costing the national lotteries millions of dollars. Huh? No, they sign a contract. They sign a contract where they would not be required to pay any duties, any taxes in this country. On the eve of an election. And they don't have the authority to do so, because only Parliament can waive the payment of VAT. I'm sure you're not aware of that, Honourable Member. Sorry? It never came to Parliament. And that's the point I'm making. It has never come to Parliament. The same member from Mico South, by a minister in his government. So, Mr. Speaker, there's so much more we can say. But you have to tell the member from Mico South, he has a practice of coming in here, making accusations, saying things, and then running. He came this morning expecting and getting ready to go for injunction and Deputy Speaker, breach of Constitution. I don't know if you were briefed on the actions that were going to take place, Well, we should have nominated you. We should have nominated you to be Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker. But let's go on to the motion before us, because I want to say a few things about the motion. And why I support the motion. The motion states that the monies which will be received will be spent on preparing for the hosting of the ICC World T20, as well as supporting other youth and sports infrastructure in the country. And I'm in total support of that. Many years ago, we started promoting sports tourism in this country. Then I happened to have been PS in the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the Tourist Board, a sports consultant in the person of Reds Pereira was employed at the Tourist Board, helped promote sports tourism. And we had severe challenges. So for example, one of the most beautiful playing fields was La Fague, because imagine you're bowling from the southern end and ahead of you is the Peters. If you're bowling from the northern end, you're seeing St. Vincent in the background. Beautiful field in Soufrière. In those days, you used to play a lot of cricket down in Old Trafford. There were many beautiful playing fields. There's also a very beautiful one in Debawa, some very beautiful playing fields. And we would bring in teams from the UK, primary school cricket teams, whatnot. And sometimes the young men want to use a washroom. None of our playing fields had washrooms. The only playing fields that had washrooms then were the fields that had hosted the Carib and the West Indies Carib and the cement, remember that? Carib Cement. I think you might have been involved in that. You were too old then. Yeah. And the 15 tournament. So Grozili had one, Miku had one. Deriso Denry. A few of them had those wooden toilets and pavilions. But we didn't have that in all the territories. When players came down, female teams, whatnot, we had no washrooms for them. We had not county teams, just below county, some of the cricket teams from England. We took them out to play. I can recall taking one out to Monrepo one time at Wen Playing Field. And then, the guys wanted to use the washroom and we had to tell them to go on, behind a tree, what not. That's how embarrassing it was, Mr. Speaker. That's how embarrassing it was. And then I recall, then we started building facilities and improving facilities. And as we prepare once again to launch sports tourism as a major program in St. Lucia, we will need those playing facilities to be upgraded. We will need, Mr. Speaker, from the indoor facility, right now, I'm sure the Honourable Member will speak about the aquatic centre being built right now. So we will have in St. Lucia playing facilities that can accommodate persons from outside coming in and offering them the comfort that they want. So if this will take care of that concern, I'm certainly delighted that the decision has been made. If the monies that were spent on putting AstroTurfs were spent wisely, you would have a lot less work to do, Honourable Member. So this is the thing. I can also say to you, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member from Denry North spoke about his challenges. As a member in opposition, I begged for the upgrade of the Cicero playing field. Under Dr. Anthony and the member from Denry North and former Rep. Robert Lewis, they were going to upgrade the Cicero playing field. It was stopped by the last government. Stopped. I wanted to put lights. I obtained the lights myself. I was told I cannot put the lights. And about 3 weeks before elections, the UWP candidate comes in with 4 electricity poles and 1 light on each of them and a generator to put lights on the field and actually put them on. And then took the generator away, and the poles are still there with the lights on it. But within the next few weeks, we will get lights in Sisera. We will get seating in Sisera, thanks to my CDP. And the support of the National Lotteries Authority, Mr. Speaker. We have redone the surface in Sisera, and we now can boast of having a very good surface. The works are going on, so there's some disruption, but we have had upgrades. So I know there are many colleagues in here who are looking forward, Vieux-Fort North, Mico North, that are looking forward to get support so they can be upgraded. Mr. Speaker, what that will do is that it will promote more sports participation. It means now, especially with lights, more young people can use the playing facilities and be more constructively engaged rather than being idle on the blocks and on the streets, Mr. Speaker. And many years ago when I was Permanent Secretary, we had a program called Sports Development for Peace, SDP. And it was actually using sports as a way of promoting peace among young people, conflict resolution, social cohesion. And maybe it's time we probably return to some of those programs where we try to organize more and more sporting activities to engage our young people. We established what I'd call a community coaching program, where every Saturday morning we wanted every playing field in the country occupied by young people, playing sports. And the more facilities we build, the more we upgrade it, the better we are placed to use sports as a tool for social advancement. So I'm excited by this, Mr. Speaker. I'm super excited by the fact that the semi-pro league has been launched, Mr. Speaker. I'm super excited. I'm almost jealous of the member from Ancillary Canneries. He has 3 teams. 3 teams. Ancillary Canneries and Roseau Valley, Mr. Speaker. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, football is really the widest played sport in St. Lucia. The more young men and young women we can get participating in sports, regardless of the sport, the better it is for our country. And the semi-pro league is actually starting to prepare our young men to start understanding, even though in a meager way, the demands of professional sports. They dream of playing for serious football teams like Arsenal and Man City, Mr. Speaker. Serious teams, Mr. Speaker. They dream of doing it. They will start getting to understand the discipline that is involved when you're an elite athlete. As an elite athlete, it requires high performance. Your focus on nutrition, your mental strength, your physical conditioning, all those elements, Mr. Speaker, the semi-pro league will slowly start, providing our young athletes with, Mr. Speaker. So I'm really excited by the launch of this, and as much money that can be put into developing sport infrastructure, the better it is. I am hoping the Minister of Sports, the member for Grosselet, will start a semi-pro T20 league for cricket, Mr. Speaker. Because if you look at cricket all over the world, and the member spoke about scholarships in the US. Yes, there are scholarships in the US. You can get scholarships for cricket now. You can get a lot of serious money in cricket, especially in the T20 leagues around the world. And we have St. Lucians that have played in the league, Darren Sammy, Johnson Charles, Mr. Speaker. And we need to say to more young men in cricket that you too can play in the IPL, you can play in the Big Bash, you can play in the 100 in England and earn substantial amounts of money. We have St. Lucians who, Akim Ogis played in the CPL, Mr. Speaker. So there are avenues for our young men, and we need to encourage them. And of course, the High Performance Center, I believe, is one of the most progressive moves made by the Minister of Sports to establish the High Performance Center, because, Mr. Speaker, you really start telling young people, you see what you see on television, it does not happen overnight. It's hard work, dedication, commitment. And the High Performance Center teaches them that kind of discipline. So the monies will be used, Mr. Speaker, in a very positive way. I want to end, Mr. Speaker, on the notion that we must understand when we do those things for young people, why we're doing it. The member from Miku South, the leader of the opposition, was going on and on, in case the national lotteries cannot pay the loan and they must be able to generate enough money. The Darren Summit Cricket Ground must be able to generate enough money for its sustenance. Mr. Speaker, we need to be very careful how we reflect on this. And let me just share with you. When we were building the Darren Summit Cricket Ground, then the Bosajo Cricket Ground, we took a loan for $35 million. I remember a lot of the debates and the presentation that was made to the Ministry of Finance then. And they actually rejected the proposal to establish the cricket ground on the grounds that it cannot generate enough monies for it to maintain itself. And I remember my reaction then as a PS Youth and Sports to that insinuation that we should not go ahead with it. And Dr. Anthony, who was Minister of Finance, had to put peace in the meeting. And he made it very clear to all the technocrats there, and he was so right, that building the cricket ground is not an economic initiative. It's not an economic initiative. It's an investment in our young people. and that the ground would have to produce the next generation of cricketers and produce our first international cricketer, which we did with Darren Sammy. So when we take a loan to build sporting infrastructure, we're not talking about lotteries must have money to repay it or else it's disaster. It's not disaster. We are investing in the young people of this country. And if by borrowing this money and spending it on young people, we cause less crime in this country, we have succeeded. If by borrowing this money, we are able to get more international superstars, we have succeeded. Even if it means that National Lottery cannot pay it and the government has to step in and pay for it. Because that's an investment in future generations. And it must never be measured by whether the national lotteries can repay that loan. Similarly, the member from Microsoft once stood here and said about Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, I don't know how many colleagues remember that, almost suggesting that Sir Arthur Lewis Community College was a failure and that, you know, students were getting a free education and as if they had to contribute more. And we had to remind him, this is an investment in young people and the future of the country. Plain and simple. We need to remember those things. We are investing in young people and future generations. And we're not going to measure it in strict economic and business terms. There are powerful social implications for investing in the future of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I end by once again expressing my support for the motion and looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to Council South getting its share of the pie. Thank you.
Member for Grizzly.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to endorse the resolution to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee an amount of $80 million loan from the First National Bank to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the finance of youth and sports infrastructure and the programs. Mr. Speaker, sometimes in life, you have to sacrifice even your health and the advice of doctors in the interest of bringing the truth to light, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a certificate of 5 days leave. And I came in here medically. And I braved every cell in me to ensure that I lent my voice to this very, very significant investment in our youth and sports development in this country. Mr. Speaker, I've heard many say that $80 million is a lot. But on the heels of the year we had in sports and youth development in 2023, I asked the question, if not now, when, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, our young people have shown that when they are given financial support and they're given facilities and they are encouraged and that the physical and human support are there, they can thrive and become more productive human beings, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I have no better example of this than what we just saw in the community of Soufrière last weekend, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had over 8,000 people in and around the Soufrière Mini Stadium for our first ever Island Champs on the weekend, Mr. Speaker. An investment in ensuring there is exposure to our best track and field athletes, not just to their peers, not just to their parents and corporate St. Lucia, but indeed to the world when it can be consumed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we knew during the week that we have divided attentions of these individuals. The corporate world is at work, parents are at work, coaches are at work. And so, Mr. Speaker, we had to gravitate to the saying madness and insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had to transform things, shake it up, so we can wheel and come again, as the young people would say, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, you would see the investment of over $100,000 from First National Bank in this competition, Mr. Speaker. Very well spent. But, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about youth and sports development in this nation, we must ask ourselves, when does it truly occur, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, because I believe that if you take an objective look at the history of St. Lucia, anything of substance that happens in youth and sports development happens under the governance of the St. Lucia Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was the St. Lucia Labour Party who built the George Odlum Stadium in Viewfort, Mr. Speaker. It was the St. Lucia Labour Party who built the Darren Sammy Stadium in Grosley, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the St. Lucia Labour Party that is currently building the National Aquatic Center for our swimmers in this nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a center that has been spoken about since 1987, finally, in the next 12 to 14 months, it will be available for regional and international competition right here in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was this government that took the bold step of removing VAT on sports equipment for our young people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think people have understood what this means because they've not gotten the context. When a young man asks a minister for a ball, a proper football costs over $250 in this country, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, they were there for 5 years. They went into a 6th year. They campaigned on removing VAT, reducing and totally removing VAT, Mr. Speaker, from this nation. And they never considered, despite reducing it to 12.5, they never considered a complete removal on sports equipment. It took the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party to get this done. And now, Mr. Speaker, somebody will be able to get a ball for about $190, $200, Mr. Speaker. This would mean that the parliamentary rep that would have just bought 2 can now buy 10. And I'm encouraging them to buy more. Because, Mr. Speaker, this investment in young people's life is very, very important and significant, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was this St. Lucia Labour Party government in the times past under the member for Dennery North provided the first financial support to Julian Alfred, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when they came into government, there was a lull, Mr. Speaker. A lull on an athlete that showed every single individual that she would be world class, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in the interest of politics, this athlete had to suffer the indignity of these finances being removed, Mr. Speaker. And I can guarantee you, she will never forget. Mr. Speaker, it was this government who re-established the financial support for Julian Alfred under this Prime Minister and member for Castries East. $250,000 in our budget for a transformation from a collegiate athlete to a professional, Mr. Speaker. And guess what we just saw? In a first professional endeavor in a 60-meter sprint, a world title brought to St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party that has established the first 100% solar-powered facility in the entire Caribbean region, Mr. Speaker. 100% off the grid. And next month, mid-April, we'll be having the ribbon cutting and lighting ceremony in Corinth, 100% solar-powered, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I was privileged. let me get to that. Because I need to explain that to our colleagues. Mr. Speaker, when the member for Castries South stands in this honorable house and says that the member from Miku does not understand sports development, it is really a fact like no other, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a young person in sports, when we came into government, the cost of lighting in Grosley exceeded $180,000, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they had every opportunity to gravitate towards more sustainable sports, Mr. Speaker. Yet they gravitated towards four facilities that were against the tide of where the globe is going, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a new ministry, we had to turn that on its head. And so we've decided that the transition will take time, but we are transitioning every facility we can from these lights to LED and then solar lights, Mr. Speaker. That is the vision that we have. So the cost of using those facilities will significantly be reduced, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is this government of the St. Lucia Labour Party that established the first ever alternative sports season for our people that are not involved in only cricket and football and track and field, but these individuals that are into car racing, these individuals that are into chess, Mr. Speaker, these individuals that are into BMX, Mr. Speaker, and Moto X, Mr. Speaker. And that's, Mr. Speaker, it is this government that has given them the requisite attention so that they can invest in their talents and capabilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is this government that has established for the first time in our history a semi-professional football league, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about sports development and investing $80 million, Mr. Speaker, I know the PM likes to say that the Minister for Sports wants him to spend his entire budget on sport. But, Mr. Speaker, we all know the transformative power of sports in our communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with a semi-pro league, Mr. Speaker, we have invested directly in young people and we've said to them that the talent and the skill you have in football, we are going to ensure that it's nurtured, that we're going to leverage this football and make better individuals, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's not just going to be football on the field. They are going to be in programs, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister of Education and myself, in collaboration with the NSDC and the Taiwanese government, we've signed an agreement of over $200,000 to ensure that we have skills, programs, and training for our athletes in this great nation, Mr. Speaker. This is how we leverage sport to transform lives, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, these young men and women will be able to access skills and programs such as bartending, massage therapy from the NSDC through this program to ensure that beyond the years of football, that they have a skill to fall back on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of crime and violence continue to percolate for our communities. And we continue to see dwindling fathers, Mr. Speaker. And it is through the semi-pro league that we are going to establish parenting workshop for our young men, Planned Parenthood for our young men, fathering workshops for our young men, Mr. Speaker. And it is through football we are going to transform those lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is this government that after years and years and years of trying have finally, Mr. Speaker, ensured that we have an inter-secondary school competition on the weekend, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about island champs, Mr. Speaker, it is more than just ensuring that there is visibility for our athletes. Track and field, as the member for Castries South alluded to, is probably one of the sporting activities that brings up the vibration in a community, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stood and watched Viewfort Compre, Mr. Speaker, run a 4x400 meter relay. And Mr. Speaker, when this individual caught that baton, Mr. Speaker, I looked around and there was nobody seated, Mr. Speaker. The entire place felt like it was shaking, Mr. Speaker. The vibe in that community, you could have felt it, Mr. Speaker, as they cheered on these individuals, Mr. Speaker. I am of the firm belief that when you develop that sort of sporting culture in track and field, it permeates to every other sporting discipline in this country, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is why this government took the bold step, Mr. Speaker, despite all the naysayers, despite the obstructionists, that we need to invest in track and field in this way, Mr. Speaker, because we need to find our next Julian Alfred, Mr. Speaker, in this country, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm very encouraged that this government and this Prime Minister continues to invest in our youth and our sporting infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the member for Miku South postulated that NLA was in a position where they could not have obtained this loan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he had the temerity, the audacity, the unmitigating gall to stand in this house and indicate to us that when he left, NLA brought in excess of $600,000 and they were better able, and they are in financial constraints, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every single challenge we've faced in sports development in St. Lucia, in terms of our facility upgrades, in terms of ensuring the Leclerc playing field is upgraded, the Soufre playing field, the Otabo court, and the Grace playing field, the Bellevue playing field, the Auger playing field, the Larry Sus playing field. That's washing off. The Cicero field, the Masha and Mindophilic. Every constraint has been because of the actions taken by the government of the past under the member for Miku South, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier the member for Castries South indicated that an agreement was signed on the eve of elections that really was a noose around the neck of this government as it pertains to youth and sports development over the last 2.5 years. Mr. Speaker, I have with me the amendment to the professional services contract between the National Lotteries Authority and Cage St. Lucia to design, develop, and implement and operate connected video lotteries and virtual sports betting. Mr. Speaker, let me just explain to St. Lucia how you finance youth and sports development in this country. Boy. Mr. Speaker, the National Lotteries originally was established under Honorable Mario Michel to ensure that funds, a percentage from the funds from gambling in this country goes to youth and sports development, Mr. Speaker. And so the first agreement signed was with CBN out of Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canadian banknotes. Mr. Speaker, later on, an agreement was signed with Cage, and as the Honorable Prime Minister says, as a businessman, you tried to look for the best deal, and they went and they got the best deal that they could have gotten. But Mr. Speaker, in this document, we see why lotteries have had so many difficulties in ensuring that they maximize the amount of money that can be used to even do what we are doing here today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first amendment to this professional service contract is made of July 2021, Mr. Speaker. July. while you were campaigning and you were campaigning and you were campaigning and you were campaigning, we have been already, in July 2021, by and between the National Lotteries Authority and Cade St. Lucia, a company registered under the Company Act. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the terms of this contract with respect to connected video lottery games will be extended from the date of the contract is completed its execution by the parties for an additional 10 years, Mr. Speaker. They signed a contract in July 2021 on the heels of the election, and extended this for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a long document. I'll make it a document to the House so we can all peruse. Mr. Speaker, under Article 3, Service Fee and Payment. Mr. Speaker, the NLA received with respect to connected video lottery games deployed at a specific and agreed location in the premises denoted as the Baywalk Mall a service fee of 8% of net win, calculated on a monthly basis, which will be paid in arrears of the 25th of the following month. The same fee shall apply during the additional 10 years of extension of the term, but with respect to connected video lottery games deployed at any other location, Mr. Speaker. Other than the Baywalk Mall location, 17% of net win, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this contract, it was agreed upon that the amount that would come out of all the proceeds would be 17%. Mr. Speaker, the previous amount before that contract was 20%, Mr. Speaker. A 3% deduction in the amount, Mr. Speaker. And here is the problem, Mr. Speaker. Here is the problem. Section 4.15, filing of tax returns, Mr. Speaker. The government shall grant to CAGE and LLA shall secure an exemption from CAGE from the original 10-year term, the additional term, and any extension thereon to all taxes, duties, fees, charges, impositions, or revenue enhancements of any kind levied or imposed directly or indirectly in connection with the management and operation of its connected video lottery games. Mr. Speaker, the government shall grant to CAGE and NLA shall secure an exemption from CAGE for that 10-year period, an extension thereto all taxes, duties, fees, charges, impositions, and revenue enhancement of any kind. Any revenue enhancement of any kind. So as a consequence of this, Mr. Speaker, we had a situation where CAGE was not mandated to pay any of these taxes. Any of them, Mr. Speaker. And so we had a situation for months on end where licensing fees that should have been passed on to the national lotteries for the use of youth and sports development in the country was significantly lowered as the taxes were being withheld, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure I say this properly. I want to make sure I tried carefully, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, during my time as Minister of Youth Development and Sports, there have been major upgrades in our tourism structure, in the activities happening up north, Mr. Speaker. And so, anybody who would have been doing video games would have upgraded their facilities. And naturally, as a business, they upgraded. The cost of the upgrades from this document indicated that government, despite the fact that they never came in here to do this, would have to withhold the taxes, or government would exempt them from paying those taxes, Mr. Speaker. And so we had a situation where we had amounts of $600,000 coming into lotteries, And then we've seen a further deduction, Mr. Speaker, bringing it down to $400,000, Mr. Speaker. And there were times, Mr. Speaker, where the licensing fees that actually were paid by the NLA got down to lower than $100,000, Mr. Speaker. And so for months on end, when I went to cabinet, I had to look at the member for library and say, OJ come in, OJ come in. The lights come in OJ. For months on end, I had to say to the member for Denry North that his playing field, the Grand Ravine playing field, I hear about Grand Ravine I dream about Grand Ravine. I had to hear from the member for Castries North, his Leclerc playing field. But Mr. Speaker, there really was not fiscal space to do all what we needed to do because of those activities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, luckily, under this Minister of Finance, we are better able to maneuver through negotiation, and we are better able to do what we need to do to develop our youth and sports, and we are here better than ever, Mr. Speaker. Better than ever, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to develop our facilities, Mr. Speaker, I need to remind everybody that it's not just youth that will benefit, not just sports that will benefit from this, but also the youth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the recently concluded OACS Youth and Sports Ministers Conference, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about the crime situation in our countries. And as youth ministers, we knew where the genesis of it came from. We've heard so much discussion about 6 and 7 in our schools, so much discussions about gangs, pretty much going through all the countries. And we've decided as a region to really grab hold of the situation. The numbers 6 and 7 has been demonized, Mr. Speaker. It's been glorified, in the sense that young people feel proud to say what number they represent based on what happened in Trinidad, what originated from Trinidad, Mr. Speaker. And so we've decided, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to launch a program throughout the OACS, Mr. Speaker. We had a discussion on using a number that would provide positivity amongst our young people throughout the region. And Mr. Speaker, we are going to launch Project One, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with Project One, we're going to encourage our young people to not see themselves as 6 or 7 or identify with being a 6 or a 7 or a gang, but look at themselves and see themselves as 1 in a million, Mr. Speaker. Look at themselves and say, I am 1 in a million. I control my destiny. I do not succumb to peer pressure. I can do the right thing. I have a contribution as one person to make towards the development of this country, Mr. Speaker. And so we are going to get the biggest social media influencers, the biggest sports athletes, Julian Alfred, Darren Sammy, Johnson Charles, Gary Maffrey was a former West Indies player, the biggest soccer stars, Ricky T, Ezra the Fun Machine, who is the best, by the way, Imran Nerdy and the likes, Venus Cherry, Rise, to really come on board with insignia for the schools and encourage the next generation to see themselves as one. Because this government is ensuring that we invest in every single one, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I close by saying, Mr. Speaker, we really have a lot of work to do, and this will certainly ensure that we continue the work that we are doing in youth and sports development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just had the best year ever in sports in terms of achievements in St. Lucia. We are the champions of the Caribbean boxing tournament, Mr. Speaker. We are the champions of OACS volleyball, champions of table tennis, Caribbean table tennis, champions at Carifta Games in track, and champions at Carifta Games in swimming, Mr. Speaker. We are champions in Windward Islands cricket, youth and senior, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Speaker, we are champions in the world in 60 meters, Mr. Speaker. And so with this loan, Mr. Speaker, We may not be able to do all 140 courts in this country and all 90 playing fields, which amounts to 230 facilities. We may not be able to do all of them, Mr. Speaker, but we will certainly try. And so I endorse this motion to borrow this amount. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, come on. Well done.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know the hour is late. I think members clearly described the purpose of the loan and what the loan will do, Mr. Speaker. But one thing, Mr. Speaker, about, and I want to re-emphasize what the Minister for Investment said. The leader of the opposition, in trying to dirty the water, makes the point that the only reason why we are guaranteeing the loan is because the bank believes that the NLA cannot pay the loan back. That's why we are guaranteeing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you see what I mean, Member for Choiseul, by deliberate misinformation? Deliberate misinformation. The member came here and he guaranteed a loan for 115 million US dollars, I think, for Slasper. Is it because Slasper couldn't pay back the loan? And he was boasting that he had a revenue stream. Is it because Slasper could not pay the loan? How many loans have we come here to guarantee for statutory boards? How many loans? But again, misinformation would make it look as if there's something sinister in the government coming here and to guarantee a loan as a contingent liability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go in the strategy towards sports that was ventilated by the Minister for Sports, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to go into the playing field. I want to assure the member for Viewport South that his facility is going to be fixed, Mr. Speaker, and then I want to assure him that his facility is going to be fixed, Mr. Speaker. And I know he said he had to leave because he had some urgent business to do, but I hope you can, Mr. Speaker, we are ready, we have the money to do it. And if you want, you can start it before the year end. You got the money? You saw the ministry ticket back yet? You got the money? All right. So he's telling me we can start it next week once he sends the contractor. I can do that. So, Mr. Speaker, he'll get his facility, Mr. Speaker. I mean, and Mr. Speaker, just something on Cage, on the agreement, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Castries Central said so. I will not come here and condemn any businessman who gets a deal and takes the deal, Mr. Speaker. I will never condemn any businessman because you're in business to make profit. And if you get a government you can fool, if you get a Minister of Finance you can take the whole treasury from, they take advantage of it, Mr. Speaker. So I always make the point that any businessman who has the opportunity to get a blight from the government must take it. The government must be responsible enough to defend the people of the country, Mr. Speaker. So I understand what's happening there. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell you that I did not give the entire list of facilities that will be repaired because the Minister of Sports will do that. The facilities that I mentioned are facilities that are going to be directly involved in Cricket World Cup. Member for Choiseul, the facilities I mentioned are the facilities that are going to be directly involved in the World Cup. Directly. Darren Sammy, Mindu Field Park, and Groside are going to be the two practice grounds, and Darren Sammy where the matches are going to be played, Mr. Speaker. And just to note, Mr. Speaker, of the competition, there is a Caribbean island that is spending $300 million of a World Cup. That's the competition. And when we come here and we play as if we know what's happening in the world and talking on one side of our mouth and accusing people, Mr. Speaker, accusing people, there's one Caribbean island that's spending $300 million on World Cup, Mr. Speaker. So I'm asking honorable members to support this resolution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to guarantee an amount of EC $80 million, the loan from the First National Bank St. Lucia Limited, the bank, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist in the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 15 years in biannual payments of $3,571,993.78, inclusive of interest at a rate of 4% per annum for the term of the loan. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Acting Minister for Gender Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas the House of Assembly and Senate wish to establish a women's parliamentary caucus to include present and past women parliamentarians, and whereas the caucus shall herein be referred to as the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia, and whereas the mission and objectives of the caucus are as follows: to promote solidarity among women in general and among women parliamentarians in particular across party lines, to enhance the capacity of women parliamentarians as effective legislators and representatives, to lobby for support from non-governmental and intergovernmental organizations, to provide a forum for discussion on matters affecting women and other marginalized groups in the country, regionally and internationally across party lines, to empower and support aspiring women parliamentarians to strengthen their leadership capabilities through mentorship, training, and professional development opportunities, to advocate for continued official recognition and acknowledgement of persons who have served in Parliament, to network with other organizations and institutions concerned with issues pertaining to women and women's participation in the political process, to promote and help sensitize all parliamentarians to the principles of gender equity and equality in the country, as well as regionally and internationally, to advocate for legislation and a national women's policy, and finally, to monitor and evaluate the implementation of gender-based policies and the impact on women's lives. Be it resolved that Parliament approves the establishment of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, herein referred to as Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, this motion to establish a Women's Parliamentary Caucus to include present and past women parliamentarians is a motion which is long overdue. And I'm happy that the day or the night has finally come, Mr. Speaker. And I feel honored and I feel privileged, and even this morning, the member for Soufrière patted me on the shoulder and said how proud she was that I was the one presenting this motion in this House. Mr. Speaker, I understand the critical role that my grandmother, that my mother, and the other women in my life, Mr. Speaker. I understand the role that they played. I understand the sacrifices that they made to ensure that I am here today. And to this end, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish, as my colleague from Denry North would have done earlier, I would like to wish Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot, I would like to wish her well and a speedy recovery. And I don't know if to say I wish her a speedy recovery, given the fact that she has confirmed that she's recovering at a very rapid rate, Mr. Speaker. But I know that my parliamentary colleague from Babuno, I know that she's listening, and I know that she would be elated to present this motion today. But I want to assure her, Mr. Speaker, that nothing is lost with this presenter. Mr. Speaker, women are historically held back by social norms, where societal traditions teach that they are not equal to men. Oftentimes, a woman's desire or decision to be part of the workforce is influenced by how we, and when I say we, Mr. Speaker, I refer to we as a society, how we view a role in the house, or more generally, in the community. A critical threat of combating this discrimination, both inside and outside the workplace, leaves us with a crisis, Mr. Speaker. That could mean a suspension of our nation's economic growth. And if that happens, if the talents and the skills and the abilities are not utilized urgently. Mr. Speaker, this month is recognized as International Women's Month. And on Friday, the 8th of March, I had the opportunity to address scores of young women, and they were gathered right outside this August chamber, Mr. Speaker, and they were there to celebrate International Women's Day. And we celebrated under the theme, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. And this theme, Mr. Speaker, it underscores the recognition worldwide that to accelerate progress in gender equality, greater investment in women must be a priority. The only way that we can achieve the acceleration and the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of all women is by strengthening our institutions, and this motion, Mr. Speaker, it aims to do just that. Mr. Speaker, we are not very far from 2030, and one of the targets for 2030 is to try to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which aims to achieve gender equality and empower all women and all girls. Gender equality, Mr. Speaker, is a human right. It is also a precondition for realizing all goals in 2030. This government, under the astute stewardship of the member for Castries East, has always provided a proponent for gender equality, and we have always made women a priority in our people first political agenda. Mr. Speaker, look at the composition of the upper house. Just look at it. And out of the 6 members who the government side has responsibility to appoint, 5 of them, Mr. Speaker, are women. Now, if we were to do the maths, Mr. Speaker, 5 out of 6, somewhere about 83%. I don't know if this is gender balance or gender equality. But what it does, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to a deliberate effort on the part of this government to ensure that we include women in everything we do, Mr. Speaker. And over the years, there has been a lot of talk on our commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment. But if we are to truly progress, Mr. Speaker, we must get past the talk and we must get down to action. And this motion this evening, Mr. Speaker, highlights the efforts of this government to fix what needs to be fixed, to break down the institutional barriers that impedes progress, and building new institutional mechanisms that create the enabling environment for true progress to take root. This government, Mr. Speaker, since assuming office, have gone past the talk, and we have actually walked the walk, Mr. Speaker. Our government has implemented legislative frameworks that seek to reduce the gender pay and empowerment gap through social protection programs, Mr. Speaker, such as the youth economy. And which shows a significant percentage, if you were to look at the statistics, Mr. Speaker, you'd realize a significant percentage of female participants have benefited from a grant to boost their small business. And we also have the MSME loan grant facility, which seeks to empower men and women. But, Mr. Speaker, particularly, we've seen quite a few women become beneficiaries of the MSME loan grant facility. And these and other social programs through the Ministry of Equity, Mr. Speaker, They seek to strengthen the skills and offer them new and empowering opportunities in the workforce. Offer a snapshot of what must be done and what is being done to achieve gender equality in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, of particular importance to note is that this Women's Parliamentary Caucus will include present and past parliamentarians. Not Labour women, Mr. Speaker, or Flabo women, but a cross-party approach will be adopted. And the women of this caucus will have the responsibility, as I said earlier, to promote solidarity among women in general and among women parliamentarians across party lines. This is very important, Mr. Speaker, because notwithstanding our efforts to achieve the goal of gender equality, there is no running away from the fact that there is and has been an imbalance in relation to women, Mr. Speaker, occupying top managerial positions. Mr. Speaker, I can't remember the time when there was a 30 or 40% representation of women in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm wrong, you can probably correct me. But I cannot remember the time, maybe I'm too young, where women occupied 40 or 50% of the seats in this honorable house. And we must make a deliberate effort on our end, Mr. Speaker, to try to right this wrong. The Women's Parliamentary Caucus will have the responsibility of correcting this disparity by enhancing the capacity of women parliamentarians as effective legislators. This group is also tasked with empowering and supporting aspiring women parliamentarians to strengthen their leadership capabilities through mentorship, through training, and through professional development opportunities. There are matters affecting our women and other marginalized groups in this country, Mr. Speaker. And one of the goals of this Women Parliamentary Caucus is to provide a platform whereby these matters can be discussed, they can be ventilated, and they can be addressed. Cabinet and Parliament has recognized that we are now at a place that if significant strides to close the gender gap are not taken, Mr. Speaker, we suffer the risk of a stagnant economy. Equality cannot wait. Our women, Mr. Speaker, they cannot wait. And this caucus, once established, will be able to lobby for support from non-governmental and intergovernmental organizations. They will also be able to network with other organizations and institutions concerned with issues pertaining to women and women's participation in the political process. And this caucus will also be able to advocate, Mr. Speaker, for the continued official and acknowledgement of persons who have served in Parliament. We know the difficulties, Mr. Speaker, that women encounter. We know the discrimination that women have to face, especially when they decide to throw their hat into the political rings. And Mr. Speaker, it's sad, but I guess it's the honest truth. Most of our women who served after the term or after the tenure, Mr. Speaker, we forget them like a bad habit. And you have to ask, where is this one and where is that one, Mr. Speaker? And we must do better. And now, you've heard me speak, Mr. Speaker, about a Women's Parliamentary Caucus. And you ask, is that something novel? And as much as it may be something that may be novel to us, Mr. Speaker, several of our neighbors in the region have already set up a well-established Women Parliamentary Caucus. And if we don't board the ship, if we don't board it now, Mr. Speaker, the possibility of it sailing away without us can become a reality, and we have to ensure that this does not happen. So this is why we are here today. Trinidad has a Women's Parliamentary Caucus, Mr. Speaker, which has made significant strides in bridging the gaps that exist and reducing the deficit which women parliamentarians encounter. Mr. Speaker, I want to now say a big thank you to Senator, President of the Senate, Ms. Alvina Reynolds, and Sister Lisa Jawai. I see Ms. Mangal, Ms. Plummer, Senator Jawai, and Ms. Plummer, and all the other women, Senator Shalry, and all the other women, Mr. Speaker. I saw Ms. Nelson present. All of these women, Mr. Speaker, have been championing the cause of women. And had it not been up to them, Mr. Speaker, we probably would have still been giving lip service to what is now about to become a Women's Parliamentary Caucus. I know that the President of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I know that she reached out to female presiding officers in Grenada, in Belize, in Antigua. She has completed several CPA courses dealing with women's caucuses. And during my time at the Parliament, which was not very long ago, Mr. Speaker, I could often hear her calling persons for information about all past and current parliamentarians from 1979, the women parliamentarians that is, and she was adamant that she had to create this women's parliamentary registry. And Mr. Speaker, she even appointed one of the members of staff from the Parliament as the secretary to the Women's Caucus. So today should indeed be a proud day for the women parliamentarians in St. Lucia and for women in general. And I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for allowing this motion to be placed on the order paper. And if there has been a Prime Minister in St. Lucia who has always been, and I want to choose my language very carefully, he has been very fond of women and women empowerment. Okay. It is the member for Castries East. Okay. And a new member, the women of St. Lucia, they have a shoulder to lean on. In you, they find hope. Also in the member for Denry North, the women they have hope. So, and I want to encourage you, member for Castries East, to continue to be a beacon of hope to our women in St. Lucia. And with this said, I want to wish all the women in St. Lucia, especially, Mr. Speaker, the women from the beautiful constituency of Miku North, a wonderful and happy International Women's Month. And I want to encourage members to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament approves the establishment of the Women's Parliament Caucus, herein referred to as the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia. Member Vasufra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, before I speak on the motion before us, I would like to join others in congratulating the member for Miku North on his ministerial position, Mr. Speaker. I am confident that the member will do us proud. He brings to the table much energy and enthusiasm. Not for women's affairs alone, not for gender affairs.
For gender affairs, not.
I just feel I want to say that the member has brought in a zeal and enthusiasm to his work, and irrespective of the ministry that he's sitting in, he's going to do us proud. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate, although the member for Beaufort South is not in the chamber, but I want to congratulate our senior member for Beaufort South on taking on this position as our Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Anthony again has proven himself a worthy statesman, and I want to express my thank to him again for putting St. Lucia first. I also want to wish the member, my esteemed sister, the honorable member for Babono. I want to wish her continued progress on her recovery. And I say let us continue to pray and give God thanks for her recovery so far. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my thank to those of others, to thank the First National Bank for the support and sponsorship of Island Strum, and also for the support and sponsorship to Julian Alfred. I think this is important because the bank is showing us that they have prioritized our young people in the area of sports. And as a Minister for Commerce, I really want to thank the private sector. We have the banking sector. I know in Soufrière we have Anchasne Jade Mountain, because as a government we cannot do this alone. We need the private sector. So today I want to thank them. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Grosile and the Member for Denry North on the efforts in making sure that the Island Jam event in Soufrière was a great success, to the extent that I had to pose with Beaufort Comprehensive. So what I saw, Mr. Speaker, was an energy. There was no age limits. All persons were celebrating, and that's the energy and spirit that we need in this country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on the motion, the last thing I want to say before I get onto the motion, Mr. Speaker, there was a terrible event that took place in my constituency today. So I want to add my voice and express condolences to the Vitalis family and the entire community of Zeno for the death of Mr. Ferrat Vitalis. Again, it's a family in distress. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a motion before us, and that motion is for the formation of a Women's Parliamentary Caucus, herein referred to as the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, some persons would say, why do we need this motion and why do we need a caucus? And I want to start with a quote from the Pakistan Parliamentary Caucus. And it says, and I quote, "No nation can progress unless women are equal partners in social, economic, and political development." End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, what is our reality in St. Lucia? In St. Lucia, we have women representing more than 50% of our population. We have women who are, I would say, playing an active role in our social and economic development. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe it is correct to say that up to now, women are not playing an equal role in the political development. If we look around us in this august body, Mr. Speaker, we have a chamber with 27 seats, and we have 17 seats, sorry, and we have 2 women. And with my little maths, I believe 2 out of 17 is about 11.8%, Mr. Speaker. And the minimum target is about 30%. So we have a deficit in this, a deficit and an imbalance in this august body. But, Mr. Speaker, please also to put the other side of the coin to say that in the upper chamber, in our Senate, the situation is different. And I want to take this moment to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for his focus on gender equality and gender equity. In the upper chamber, we have a total of 6 female senators. 6. Honorable Alvina Reynolds as the president, Senator Lisa Jawahir, Senator Alison Jean, Senator Kejiana Toussaint-Challery, Senator Dr. Pauline Antoine, and from the opposition bench, you have Senator Dr. Farah Polius. 6 out of 11, Mr. Speaker, giving us 54.4%, Mr. Speaker. So let us give our, yes, it's 54.5%. Yeah, that's not balanced. It's just about. So, Mr. Speaker, let us look at the motion before us, and the member for Miku North has presented and articulated the objectives in the motion. But I would like to take, and out of that he read 10 objectives. Objective 1, to promote solidarity among women in general and among women parliamentarians in particular across party lines, Mr. Speaker. And it's important that we have this. It just happened to be number 1, the first one out. But I believe, based on the environment that we have in this country, and sometimes what we see happening in this august body, where we see sometimes members, instead of supporting an issue of national importance, start debating it across party lines. So I believe that this first objective for us is critical, and not only in this august body, because what happens in these august chambers then is copied outside. So it is an important objective for us as a parliamentary caucus of women to start speaking to John Public, to say that we are working together across party lines for the benefit of all women. It is when we are together that we are stronger. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that the various meetings that I have attended, I want to commend the members of the caucus, because I have seen members working across the aisle. And it is something that I'm very proud of. I have seen it, and I want to encourage members to continue. Mr. Speaker, I want also to speak on Objective 5, and that is to empower and support aspiring women parliamentarians to strengthen their leadership capabilities through mentorship, training, and professional development opportunities. Again, Mr. Speaker, in order for us to have the quota, or to meet the quota that we're looking at, this particular objective is critical. And I must tell you that I am very hopeful, because when I come in this august chamber and attend the youth parliamentarians when they have their sessions, I must tell you that we have quite a few young aspiring politicians. So I feel comfortable that I can retire, because there are some firebrands coming up. Our responsibility, my responsibility, and that of the caucus is to ensure that we work with them, we encourage them, and we put the structures in place for the training to take place. A lot of mentorship and training. And for this, I also want to thank Madam President for the effort that you have made in that direction. Mr. Speaker, when I look at Objective 9, and that is to advocate for legislation and a national women's policy, Mr. Speaker, we have seen what has happened with our member for Babono when she was in the House, we have seen a revolutionary domestic violence bill. So far, maybe one that is more progressive in the region. And it is telling us that we have a lot of work to do, but it is telling us that we have, within this august body and within the caucus, members who are bold enough to take the right step. I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we could not have done it without the support of our male counterparts. So I really want to thank the members for ensuring that we pay attention to the needs of our women. Mr. Speaker, in the area of the national women's policy, I believe we have women in our caucus capable of preparing this policy. And to this end, I want to recognize the members of the parliamentary caucus present in this august chamber. So I ask members to give them a round of applause. Mr. Speaker, a short roadmap of what has brought us to this point so far. Following a Commonwealth Women's Parliamentarian, Caribbean, Americas and Atlantic workshop, which was hosted in this parliament, a meeting was called on the 29th of December 2021, where 6 members were present, as well as parliamentary staff. That is the beginning of what has led us to this caucus today, where a review was done of the meeting. Presentations were made by the Director of Gender Relations. We also had presentations by the PAL America's representative, who is one of ours, Ms. Yasmin Odlam. This was followed by a second meeting in February 10th, 2022, where the requirements for a caucus were reviewed, a calendar of activities set. The first step for us, Mr. Speaker, was in October 2022, we had the appointment of our new female presiding officer, Madam President, Senator Alvina Reynolds. That, I believe, gave us a shot in the arm, and there, Madam President embarked on the following. She reached out to female presiding officers in Grenada, Belize, and Antigua. She completed an online CPA course on Women's Caucus, and she began collecting information on all past and current female MPs from 1979 to present. We had a 4th meeting, Mr. Speaker, on December 8th, 2023, and that was following 16 days of activism to end gender violence. At that meeting, Mr. Speaker, members discussed the purpose of the caucus. We discussed the mission and objectives that we have today. But more than anything else, an executive was elected. And the members of the executive, Mr. Speaker, Madam Alvina Reynolds, who's our president, she's the chair. Our vice chair is Madam Lauren Williams. Secretary is a staff from Parliament, Ms. Shama Sylvester. You have yours truly as the treasurer. Communications officer, Ms. Mary Polius. And floor members, Mrs. Leon Theodore John and Dr. Alison Kajada. And the ex officio member being the Minister for Gender Affairs, the member for Babuno. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that Mrs. Petra Nelson Jeffrey was accepted the responsibility to draw up the Constitution and Charter. Yes. That's women's power for the caucus, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, again, earlier on, I heard the Honourable Member for Castries East lamenting the fact that we do not record our history. So for the record, I think it prudent for me to recognize the women who have served in our parliament from 79 to now. And we have 35. And they are current and past presiding officers, President Alvina Reynolds, Mrs. Janine Girodi McIntyre, Mrs. Gail Philip Jawahir, Dr. Rosemary Husbands-Matran, Madam Justin Lorraine Williams, Mrs. Leon Theodore John, and Mrs. Sarah Flood Bobray. Current ministers and senators, yours truly, Emma Hippolyte, who have served upper and lower house, the Honorable Dr. Virginia Poyat, Senator Dr. Pauline Antoine, Senator Lisa Jawahir, Senator Kejiana Toussaint-Challery, Senator Alison Jean, and Senator Dr. Farah Polius. Past members and senators and MPs, Mrs. Janine Compton-Antoine, Dr. Gail Regobert, Ms. Menissa Rambali, Ms. Charlotte Tessa Mangal, Mrs. Mauricia Thomas Francis, Mrs. Petra Jeffrey Nelson, Ms. Mary Francis, Mrs. Agatha Japanel, Mrs. Deborah Tobia, Mrs. Charmaine Gardner, Ms. Mary Isaac, Mrs. Fortuna Belrose, Ms. Mary Polius, Dr. Morella Joseph, Dr. Alison Kajada, Mrs. Bufia Paul, Mrs. Lilia Harak Singh, Ms. Lawrence Laurent, Ms. Bernadette Maxwell, Ms. Posita Theodore, and Ms. Merlin Comby. Now for the record, Mr. Speaker, for the records to be complete, we need to add all the women who have served in our parliament, but some of them have gone to the great beyond. Persons like Mrs. Heraldine Rock, I have Ms. Grace Augustine, Ms. Daphne Murray, and I would really like us to do the research to ensure that we have that complete. So that's what I have at the moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe we are at the dawn of a new beginning. Women agreeing to work across party lines, to work together for the benefit of women. I want to thank Madam President for her leadership in the formation of this Women's Caucus. I want to thank the Honorable Member for Babono for her passion in improving the lot of women. I want to thank the staff of our Parliament for the support provided so far. I want to thank all our members across party lines who have actively and passionately been involved in this journey so far. I want to thank Parliamentarians for their support and training, helping us to reach this milestone. As I've said, I want to thank our Prime Minister and the Cabinet of Ministers for embracing gender equality and gender equity. Mr. Speaker, I pray that the establishment of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia will achieve, among other things, two things: the dismantling of barriers for women in participating in politics, and for our younger women to feel encouraged to enter political life. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Women's Caucus of St. Lucia is a good thing. So let us just do it. And may God continue to guide and bless us on this journey. I support the motion before us. I thank you.
Acting Minister for Gender Affairs. Oh, sorry, that's wrong. Member for Castries North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored this evening to speak on this motion and to give it my unwavering support. But before delving into it, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to congratulate the member for VFO South on his appointment as Deputy Speaker to this honorable chamber, his election, as Deputy Speaker to this honorable chamber. Also, Mr. Speaker, permit me this opportunity to sincerely express my best wishes and speedy recovery to the member for Babono who is absent here today. As a woman, Mr. Speaker, sitting to my right in cabinet, she has been one of my most sincere motivators as I undertake, notwithstanding my experience, the task which has been given to me by the people of Castries North. Mutually, we support each other, and I wish her speedy recovery. But, Mr. Speaker, while it is commendable that we are here today historically giving consideration to the establishment of a Women's Parliament Caucus, the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia, I think this milestone is reflective of the contribution of women here in St. Lucia, not only within the Parliament, but it mirrors what happens out in our community. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I reflect on my mother, who almost single-handedly raised my siblings and myself, and my sister, 14 years older than me, who also doubled up as mother to more or less mold and shape and guide myself, my brother, and my sister on the way forward. I remember, Mr. Speaker, and I reflect on the teachers who have punctuated my life, who have made a contribution to who I am. Most of them in the foundation of my education, not in the secondary stage, not in the tertiary, in the foundation of my education. A lady who I recall on St. Louis Street by the name of Miss Mimi, Carmen Rennie, Florence Francis, and Lilia Mason herself, my older sister, who taught me at the Methodist school. But as life would go on, Mr. Speaker, throughout my life I found comfort, warmth, and guidance in the many women who touched me, whether mother, whether sister, whether friend, whether associate, you name it, Mr. Speaker, acquaintance, strangers, visitors, generally friends, Mr. Speaker. They impacted on my life and certainly contributed to who I am today. But as I moved on, Mr. Speaker, and delved into the politics, I remember the first PS who I encountered, Mrs. Aldith Isaac, who more or less at age 28 when I became a minister, held my hands and made me a strong minister in the Ministry of Youth Development, Community Development, Youth Sports, Local Government, and Women's Affairs. Mrs. Isaac, in the third week of my assumption of office, came bolting into my office and said, "Minister, you cannot continue this way. You cannot run a clinic every day of the week. You need to find a day to sit at your desk, consult with your permanent secretary, and let us plan the way forward." And that was what took me in the direction that I went. She made sure that I got myself organized as a young parliamentarian, because of course in those days at 28, just coming out of the youth organization and getting into government full of exuberance and ready to turn the world around inside out, upside down, I felt that as many people I can see on a daily basis will make me achieve the things that I needed to achieve. So I remember Aldith Isaac, who is still alive at this time, a very, very outstanding sportswoman, netballer and sports administrator, outstanding permanent secretary, who served her country well with dignity and pride. And alongside her, Mr. Speaker, the first Women's Affairs officer, Marcia Lesmore, who served as Women's Affairs officer, and together we championed the cause of women as minister responsible for Women's Affairs and herself as the officer to transform that of the office into a desk, and eventually within 5 years to establish a full department of Women's Affairs. Now it is called Gender Affairs. And I've never stopped, actually, colleague, I've never stopped championing the cause of Women's Affairs. And then, Mr. Speaker, and those persons who I'm reflecting on, Mr. Speaker, are just punctuation marks along my journey. There are many more, as I said, many more. And in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, probably the most challenging period in my political career, when I was called upon to take over the leadership, the mantle of leadership here in this country, probably the most challenging period, some of the darkest moments, a few good times, some successes, and occasions when I felt that should I continue. During the period of 2006 and 2011, formidable Senator Charlotte Tessa Mangal, who is in the Parliament today, who stood by me, Mr. Speaker, and gave me that support, that encouragement. And when called upon, not only did she serve as a junior minister in the Prime Minister's office, but when we needed a minister responsible for commerce, she accepted it without reservation. I want to commend her and to recognize her in the Parliament. But the narrative continued, Mr. Speaker, throughout the years, and I'm proud today to state that in the current portfolio that I hold, the permanent secretary is a female, is a woman, that is Lenita Joseph. The deputy permanent secretary is also a woman, Lauren Matthew. And the first female chief engineer in the person of Renata Fulgen McKee. All women who are driving purposefully the work of the Department of Infrastructure. In my constituency office, manager of the office, assistant, social officer, etc., all are women. But also, Mr. Speaker, and I left it for last, one of the women in my life who has been there in good time, in bad time, in troublesome times, in all kinds of times, is my wife. She has stood with me throughout those years, giving me support on my journey through and into politics. So I've said all of this, Mr. Speaker, in support of the resolution which we have before us. And it is one which I believe, Mr. Speaker, will not only consolidate the energy of women, not only one that will give strength to women in Parliament and in politics, because after all, while women don't dominate the Parliament, women are the dominant factor for those of us men who find ourselves in Parliament. They are the ones who we can depend on. They are the ones who drive and motivate everyone else. They are the one who pull the men behind them. And they're the one to whom the men gravitate, because they are the one with the spirit necessary in the politics of this country and throughout the world. So their presence may not be here in the numbers that will satisfy us, but the presence are felt in the communities, as they are the ones who celebrate, who motivate, who provide the energy, who do the preparations, whether it is food or decoration or whatever the case may be. Those are the women who put us here in the Parliament, and we must recognize them. And therefore, beyond this resolution here tonight, Mr. Speaker, I believe the onus is on us as male parliamentarians, to give undivided support to the establishment of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia. We should not just stand here today and support it and believe that we have accomplished our task. Our task is beyond that. Because with the support of the women, we can stand up. The women are the brave ones. The women are the ones who are prepared to go out up front and deal with situations while the men just follow. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like tonight to express my unwavering support to the initiative which has been brought before us in the form of a motion to establish the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia, and as a consequence, wish to express my sincere best wishes, congratulations, and my support in your endeavors. I thank you.
Member for Beaufort North.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to join my colleagues to support this motion to establish the St. Lucia Parliamentary Women's Caucus. I think, Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Micoud North who presented the motion really spoke to the possibilities of a women's caucus here in St. Lucia, and the Member of Parliament for Castries North certainly, Mr. Speaker, spoke to the importance of women in all of our lives, but also at the level of the organization within the constituencies and also within the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I am sure this organization, the work of this organization, will redound to the benefit of our younger women in particular within the constituencies in St. Lucia, within our communities, to show them that truly there is hope when all of us come together, when the women in the constituencies bring to bear the organizational skills and work with us to ensure that we have not just a better St. Lucia, but a better organization stemming out of the Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to certainly lend my support to the St. Lucia Women's Parliamentary Caucus, and to let them know, Mr. Speaker, that we will give our every support, not only here in the Parliament, but within the constituencies, to strengthen organizations and to bring up more and more women into the politics and into the development of our country. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Swazel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to congratulate the Parliament for this motion in front of us and to also provide my full support. I think it is very apt at this time, particularly where we see gender identity coming under threat in the world. It is really unfortunate that the ladies in our guests here did not recognize the acting gender minister this morning when he had his hair all glossy, and I know it was just for the purpose of, yes, he was very glossy and bright this morning because he was presenting this bill, for the ladies. So it's kind of still right now, but he did come to make a significant impression on the ladies, So, I noted, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Soufrière, did you indicate, Madam, and I just seeking clarification, that you're recognizing from 1979 onwards? Is that what you? Okay, because I thought it kind of unfortunate, or maybe it was something that I know you mentioned a name, but I thought it very apt that we should recognize the first female parliamentarian who came into office in 1974, which is a time which heralded in rock. Oh, Grace Augustine. Okay, well, here you go. First elected. That's not, okay. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. And I think maybe the presence then may have influenced so many other women. I see Dr. Plummer, Kajada, who was my first PS when I came in, and the support she gave me was definitely something that I appreciate. And so I want to congratulate all who will be part of this caucus, and I wish them the very best, and note that they have the full support of this side of the House. Thank you very much. I can't think of saying.
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it'd be remiss of me if I didn't stand to support this motion, Mr. Speaker. I am not going to give a history of my support for women and women's issues. These are well known, Mr. Speaker. Everybody knows my position when I say to my colleagues that if you're in politics and you don't have the support of women, you are on the verge of never winning. So my respect and my support for women is well known, my respect for them. In my business and my political life at all levels, even when I was a government minister, there were women as my permanent secretaries, etc. And I always took a firm stand against sexual harassment. That, as I've always said, that people have their choices, and whereas you can't be a moral police, you must ensure that in a workplace it's free from sexual harassment. I've been very firm on that, Mr. Speaker, and I continue to maintain that sexual harassment is an offense. Choices are different from harassment. And I hope that someday in the Parliament we probably can have some legislation or something that will deal with the issue of sexual harassment. Because too many young girls and ladies are faced with the dilemma of saying yes or losing their job. That has to stop, Mr. Speaker. People must say yes when they want. I'm in no position to judge when people must say yes or no, but the idea of being yes, saying yes, is a consequence of your future, Mr. Speaker. It's something that must stop. And I hope that whereas we do not pretend to be too prudish, as some of us pretend to be, Mr. Speaker, we must take a strong position on sexual harassment, a very strong position, Mr. Speaker. So I want to congratulate the President of the Senate, who has been pushing this motion. She almost threatened me that if I didn't put it out, I would suffer the consequences. And so I had to ensure that the leader of government business caused the motion to be tabled. I'm very pleased. And I'm sure all of us are pleased that this motion is on the table. So all I want to do is to congratulate the people who got involved in the charter. I know there are charters in Trinidad, there are charters in as far as Pakistan. And I hope that the charter can grow and not only remain a talk shop. And it can deal with the reality of life and talking to young girls, etc. And let's not try to get involved in things that are unrealistic and things that we just dream of. Let's deal with the reality, what really happens with young girls and young women, to help them to advance themselves, the value of education, self-worth, the value of themselves, how important they are to the human race, and not things that are not really practical or real, Mr. Speaker. So I want to congratulate you, and you can expect the full support of the government and the full support of the Prime Minister. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Acting Minister for Gender Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just thank all members for expressing their support for this motion. Let me thank the women in the gallery for being present for this historical move. And just say thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for all the support that we received for this motion.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament approves the establishment of the Women's Parliament Caucus, herein referred to as the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, are we doing insolvency now? Insolvency attacks. Mr. Speaker, the insolvency bill, Mr. Speaker, ought to have a second reading today, Mr. Speaker. But because of the importance of the bill, Mr. Speaker, that I will like to defer the debate today for discussion, because it's a very important bill, Mr. Speaker, insolvency and bankruptcy, and it seeks to fundamentally transform the way business happens in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. But I want to give the public of St. Lucia one assurance, just one assurance. Their family home, the home where a man or woman brings up his family, his household, what the Americans call homestead, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that it is protected, it is guarded, so that no bank or no financial institution can repossess your house as they can do for a car. I want to assure the public of St. Lucia that will not happen. The bill hasn't passed. No. We're not debating today. No, we're going to continue discussion. Yes, we'll continue discussion. Discussion has happened, but we are going to continue discussion, Mr. Speaker, on this bill, Mr. Speaker. But I just want to allay the fears. Again, misinformation, Mr. Speaker. We haven't passed the insolvency bill. The insolvency bill has been discussed, but we have mandated and we have instructed that there be further discussion, Mr. Speaker, asking people for their ideas. In solution, Mr. Speaker, yes. We already had, unlike the misinformation again, we had a presentation, we had a formal presentation of the insolvency bill to the Cabinet of Ministers. Yesterday we did that, on Monday, where the staff, and I must compliment the staff for their...
Minister of Finance, I have given you some latitude, but
yes,
you're now going into the merits of the bill that you wish to defer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. All I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that the public and the homeowners of St. Lucia are assured that their house, even though they run into difficulty, will not be held to ransom and will not be able to be seized like a car or fridge or stove. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The next bill is also... Minister of Finance, the next bill is also yours.
You want to come to Cabinet? I invite you already. You know. I tried to come to Cabinet. Mrs. Leave the man alone. Mr. Speaker, I beg to present, Mr. Speaker, that's first reading. For first reading, a bill shortly entitled Land and House Tax Amendment.
Land and House Tax Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Finance to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading the bill shortly entitled Land and House Tax Amendment. Mr. Speaker, the bill for consideration by this Honourable House is the Land and House Tax Amendment Bill. The primary purpose of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to amend the Land and House Tax Act to grant a further extension of the special tax exemption on residential properties. And the second aim, Mr. Speaker, is a waiver of the tax owned on all properties owned and managed by Sport St. Lucia Incorporated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Land and House Tax Amendment Act number 11 of 2017 granted a 3-year exemption in residential property owners for the calendar years 2017, 2018, and 2019. That was followed, Mr. Speaker, by the Land and House Tax Amendment Act number 32 of 2019 and number 7 of 2021, which provided a waiver of 2 additional years. The last amendment, the Land and House Tax Amendment Act number 5 of 2022, provided an extension of the waiver for the calendar year 2022. Mr. Speaker, this waiver provides a further moratorium of property tax for the year 2023, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this means that for the years 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, Mr. Speaker, all house taxes on residential property has been waived. But you heard, Mr. Speaker, the member for Mikusov talk about this government overtaxing people. So apart from all the VAT exemptions, apart from the reduction in the tax threshold, we are now ensuring that all house taxes from 2017 will be waived, Mr. Speaker, including the tax amnesty. Mr. Speaker. And members and the public will hear what will happen to the tax amnesty during the policy debate next month, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that is a government that's accused of taxing. Where is the reality in that argument? Taxing. So now we've waived all house tax. And what is going to happen? Very soon, the cabinet will have to decide on what is the future of property tax or house tax in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Because people need their garbage cleared, people need their verges cleaned, etc., Mr. Speaker. And we have to decide what happens, Mr. Speaker. What happens? But in the meantime, we are saying that we're going to waive it from 2017, Mr. Speaker. And if you owed before, we've taken off all the fines, the penalties, and the interest on these taxes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the reality. And when we speak about reality, and you heard a member for, Mr. Speaker, you know, he came here this morning, he accused us of overtaxing the public, and he just walked away, as usual. This is the arrogance and the contempt that the whole of people say, Mr. Speaker. The arrogance. You come, you accuse, you threaten, and you walk out, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the second part of this motion is taxes owed by Sports Inc., Mr. Speaker. And again, further support to the sports people of St. Lucia. So, the Darren Sammy Ground, the Minnie Phillip Park, the George Olam Stadium, Mr. Speaker. And I forgot to tell the member for Viewport South, some of the loan that we took from the Saudis, Mr. Speaker, will be used to renovate the George Odlum Stadium. And this year, we are going to initiate a consultancy so that so we can begin to cost the renovations to the George Charles Stadium, Mr. Speaker. So when St. Jude is completed sometime soon, we are going to begin the repairs on the George Odlum Stadium, Mr. Speaker, for the people, young people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like members to support it. It's further tax relief to show that this government is not what they want to make it, not the leader of the opposition wants us to believe. This is really not a taxing government. It's a government that's given the most tax relief, Mr. Speaker, in the history of St. Lucia. And that continues from the last term you're in government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Land and House Tax Amendment Bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business. Leader. Member of Caucus Central.
I had almost withdrawn my intention to speak, Mr. Speaker, but I promise you I will not take more than 2 minutes at max.
That's fine.
Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity in a kind of surreptitious way to congratulate the ladies of the House. I know they got all the applause that they needed. Of course, they were cheered and cherished, and I knew that most of them felt that Richard remained silent. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not because I don't love the ladies. They know I do, and I want to congratulate them. Those ladies that sit in the gallery are women of high esteem, and they are second to no other woman that's find themselves somewhere across this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing quickly. This morning I heard the leader of the opposition speak to Darren Sammy Stadium not making money. That was the Prime Minister. One must understand that, hold on, one must understand, Mr. Speaker, because we are removing taxes for property owned by Sports St. Lucia Inc. There are certain social responsibilities that must be discharged by government that does not amount to a profit-making program. When you pay millions and millions of dollars to teachers, what do you get in return? Government owes the people that kind of thing. And I'm hearing him saying Darren Sammy Stadium not making money. It is that kind of nonsense, or want of a better term, Mr. Speaker, that have us in this quagmire that we are. You know, those are social investments of the people of this country. And if I had my way, Mr. Speaker, all sports facilities, irrespective of in whom the ownership resides, would pay no taxes for the upliftment of our people. That's my contribution. Very short.
Mr. Speaker, I thank honourable members for their support.
Honourable members, the question is that the Land and House Tax Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Land and House Tax Act Cap 15.13.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 7.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Land and House Tax Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Finance Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be passed a third time, read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Land and House Tax Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Land and House Tax Amendment Act 2024.
Minister for Cooperatives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, we are supposed to have a second reading for the Cooperative Society Bill. And Mr. Speaker, this bill is also a very important bill. We've had significant conversation and discussion with the Cooperative League and individual cooperatives, but I propose, Mr. Speaker, that we defer the debate on this bill for the next or subsequent sitting of this Honourable House.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 26th of March at 2 p.m. to receive. Mr. Speaker, I would also wish to remind honourable members that the Standing Finance Committee will meet Tuesday, 26 at 10 a.m.
Members, before I put the question, I wish to ask you after you have adjourned to remain in your seats to receive the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned to 2 p.m. the 26th of March 2024. And I'll put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye, as many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it, sitting adjourned.
All right.